15th, 2026, which is also St. Patrick's Day, which you could tell by most of us up here on the dais. I guess my Nature Valley bar will represent for me today for my green. Yeah, but certainly appreciate you being here. This morning we do have Pastor Ed Bechtel of Hope Worship Center. Thank you. Oh, look at you, so gracious, so great. He will be providing our invocation, and that will be followed by the pledge, which I will lead. For those of you willing and able, please stand for both our invocation and our pledge.
Let me say first, thank you for the opportunity to do this morning. Father God, we just thank you that you gave us breath in our lungs this morning to be able to get up and go about our business, Father. I thank you for each of these commissioners, Father, that have answered the call to serve the citizens of Cobb County. And Father, I just thank you that they do it with wisdom. Your word says that when the righteous are in control, that the people rejoice. When the wicked are, they suffer. And Father, I just thank you that each one of these commissioners, as they're making decisions today, Father, that they seek your wisdom, Lord, and that you guide their steps, you guide their direction today. And we just give you that honor, we give you that glory, we give you that praise in the name of Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor, for that thoughtful invocation this morning. With that, our meeting is now called to order, and I will turn things over to John Peterson, our zoning manager, and he will walk us through today's agenda.
And thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When the case is called, we would ask the applicant to please stand and raise a hand to show that they are in attendance. After that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. After recognizing both parties will come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process. There's not a process to reserve your time. So please convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on the case, we want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information twice. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion from the board, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. Then the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There are a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been continued or held, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z2 of 2024, Florinori Development Group, LLC. This case was continued by the staff into the April 21st, 2026 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing, so Z2 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z27 of 2025, Knight Partners, LLC. This case was continued by the staff into the April 7th, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z27 of 2025 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z1 of 2026, Francisco J. Garcia Sanchez. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the April 7th, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z1 of 2026 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z4 of 2026, Field Time Athletics, LLC. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the April 7th, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z4 of 2026 will not be heard today. SLEP 1 of 2026, Dane Contracting, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the April 7th, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP 1 of 2026 will not be heard today. Other business item number 2 of 2026, Adesuwa Fadarin. This case was continued by the staff until the April 21st, 2026 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So other business item number 2 of 2026 will not be heard today. And finally, other business item number 13 of 2026, Creative World Schools Franchising Company, Incorporated. This case was continued by the staff until the April 21st, 2026 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing, so other business 13 will not be heard today. Madam Chair and Board, I did get a request from one of the applicants for one of today's cases that they would like to continue one more month. The applicant asked that rezoning case Z6 of 2026, Cauliflower Inc., be continued until your April 21st zoning hearing.
Commissioner Allen,
So moved.
is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And before we begin the hearing, I would like to ask the folks in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn your phone off. When the phones ring, it does interfere with the broadcast and presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Great, thank you.
Cobb County Board of Commissioners zoning hearing consent agenda for March 17, 2026. First case on consent is rezoning case Z2 of 2026. Piedmont Residential LLC requests a rezoning from R20 to RM8 for a single-family community in land lots 858, 859, 870, and 871 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Bells Ferry Road and on the north and west sides of Dixon Road, south of Interstate 75. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the RM8 zoning category, subject to the following conditions. Number one, letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Kevin Moore dated February 23rd, 2026. Number two, minimum house size shall be 1,700 square feet. And number three, staff comments and recommendations. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed rezoning case Z2? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z9 of 2026, Kopecki CRE Holdings LLC requests rezoning from GC to LI for a contractor who does parking lot restriping in land lot 292 of the 17th District. The property is located on the east side of West Atlanta Street, south of South Cobb Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the Zoning Division on January 2nd, 2026, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Number two, existing exterior signage to be removed or brought into a state of good repair and made code compliant. Number three, no outside storage of equipment within 35 feet of the right-of-way and 5 feet from the side or rear property lines. Number four, incidental storage of materials to be within the enclosed portion of the principal structure or within the permitted accessory structure. Number five, all vehicles be parked in striped and paved spaces. And number six, fire department comments and recommendations. Number seven, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number eight, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. And number nine, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z9? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into temporary land use permits, LUP 5 of 2026, Early Education LLC requests a temporary land use permit renewal for a daycare in land lots 50, 51, 94, and 95 of the 17th District. The property is located on the west side of Hurt Road, south of Heron Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, the maximum number of students permitted by state and fire codes. And number two, inclusion on the consent agenda. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 5? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into other business cases on the consent agenda. First case we're going to hear is item number 3 of 2026, which is to consider a reduction of required public road frontage from 75 feet to 0 feet and other variances for Dan Hilton. The property is located on the west side of Poplar Springs Road in land lot 153 of the 19th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, fire department comments and recommendations. And number two, road frontage is reduced to 0 feet with variances as shown on the site plan received January 2nd, 2026. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 3? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
do have an additional comment from the commissioner.
Yes, John, if we could just add that there shall be no further lot splits for
Okay.
this as well.
Okay, is the applicant amenable to that additional stipulation? I see him nodding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other business item number 10 of 2026 is to consider installing more than 5 EV charging stations, which are 23 charging stations, on a commercially zoned property for Kimberly Horn. The property is located on the west side of Cobb Place Boulevard at Cobb Place Lane in land lots 647, 649, 650 of the 16th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the plans received February 3rd, 2026, contained in the other business packet. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 10? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And last thing on consent is other business item number 12 of 2026, which is to consider installing more than 5 EV charging stations, which are 6 stations, on a commercially zoned property for EnviroSpark Energy Solutions. The property is located on the north side of Ernest Barrett Parkway, east of I-75, in land lot 646 of the 16th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to plans received February 6, 2026, contained in the other business packet. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 12? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda, Madam Chair and Board.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other changes or cases that need to be added to consent? All right, not hearing any. Before I make my motion, John, I know there was a stipulation added. Do we recognize that with changes to consent, or can we just approve consent as
We could approve it as revised.
as revised? Thank you. With that, Commissioners, I move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Commissioner Burrow.
Yes, I'm opposed to Z2.
Okay. All right, are there any other comments or questions? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. With that, anybody who is here as part of those cases on consent, you're free to leave at this time, as all of those matters have been approved, unless you would like to observe the rest of the zoning hearing. Yeah, true. Our commissioner was saying, nobody ever takes me up on that offer, but you're certainly welcome to stay. All right, turn it over to you, John. Thank you.
Okay, first case we're going to hear today is rezoning case Z5 of 2026, the Revive Land Group LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to RA5 for a single-family community in land lot 691 of the 19th District. The property is located on the east and west sides of Ernest Barrett Parkway and at the western terminus of Old Horseshoe Bend Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z5? Please raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 8 people here opposed to rezoning case Z5. All those who would like to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Ask if there's anyone in support.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here in support of rezoning case Z5? Please stand and raise your hands.
Acknowledging the applicant support.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Would those who would like to speak for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
You may begin whenever you're ready, Kevin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioners, good morning. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Revive Land Group in this application for rezoning concerning just over 10 acres located off of Barrett Parkway. On your screen, you'll see where we've highlighted and starred the property located on Barrett Parkway. Proposing rezoning to the RA5 category, just over 10 acres, for a maximum of 36 detached homes. And the positioning of this property is also important for your consideration. Notice just across Barrett Parkway from this property is a townhome community that was zoned and rezoned and approved by this board for a townhome community of the RA5 category. To the back or the rear of this property, you see it's in a brown color, is a PRD rezoning and developed community called Trotter's Field. It's really part of the overall, what we call Horseshoe Bend community that is located off of actually Powder Springs Road, not located off of Barrett Parkway. Importantly, that PRD that's located to our rear is just at 3 units per acre as a PRD, single-family detached community. Across Barrett Parkway is a townhome community rezoned RA5 and developed at 3.8 units per acre. And that kind of sets up what we're proposing for you here today in terms of our overall goals. As part of those overall goals, I just want to remind you of the 2040 Comprehensive and Future Land Use Plan goals and just highlight a couple of things for your consideration. Number one, your comprehensive plan goals do encourage reinvestment and redevelopment of deteriorating or underutilized properties. Certainly this property stretched along Barrett Parkway that was cut off from its parent tract when Barrett Parkway was actually constructed and left in this condition is one that is underutilized and can be used, we believe, for a community of 36 detached homes. It's also encouraging a distribution and variety of housing types, which we are doing here. And that is in making sure that we have townhomes on one side of Barrett Parkway rather than simply mirroring that on the other side of Barrett Parkway with the townhome community, doing a detached community so that it is consistent and provides that transition to a single-family detached community to the rear. As it relates to the future land use map and future land use designations, this property is located smack dab in the middle of your medium-density residential land use category, as is MDR located across the street on Barrett Parkway where we have townhomes, as well as to the rear with the PRD that was rezoned and developed in the early 2000s, known as Trotter's Field. Again, all medium-density residential. And it's important to note, when the townhomes were rezoned in 2022, only 20% of that property was even located in medium-density residential, with 80% of the property located in low-density residential. And that was a change made and adopted as part of your land use plan decision for that property. And again, lending further support to our application for this proposal of a single-family detached community at RA5 at 3.7 units per acre, smack dab in the middle of medium-density residential from a future land use standpoint. Also want to again highlight the transitional zoning. Again, we see our property highlighted with the star at now at a reduced 3.6, almost 3.7 units per acre. And this is an opportunity to provide transition from the left-hand side of Barrett Parkway, which is townhomes, to this property, which would be single-family detached homes, to the single-family detached community that's a PRD located to our rear, also all in medium-density residential. Also, it's important to note for your consideration that to the south of this property, adjacent to and to the south of this property, as Barrett Parkway approaches its intersection with Macedonia Road, is the city of Powder Springs, where there is a significant, substantial mixed-use development consisting of intense commercial, but importantly also townhomes and multifamily to a great extent located adjacent to this property on the opposite side of Barrett Parkway at this location. So this location, in terms of its overall development intensity, has changed dramatically in the last 5 years. Macedonia Road, an intersection with Barrett Parkway, is now a very different development style and character than it has been in the past. It is now a massive mixed-use development with multifamily, townhomes, and intense commercial. And as you come down Barrett Parkway, we now have townhomes on the left-hand side if you're traveling west, with what we are proposing, which is single-family units on the right. A couple of development misconceptions that we've heard comments from during this entire process. On the left-hand side is the 2002 aerial image that we captured of the development of Trotter's Field. You can see the subject highlighted on your left, which is the treed area, And you can see Trotter's Field being developed with the driveways and houses. And you can see it was developed in 2002 with clearing to the property line with no buffer. As you can see on the right-hand side, that same image taken today, you can see that the tree canopy has now come back as part of that overall development, which is fabulous. That is a development misconception that simply removing trees means they're gone forever. Sometimes removing trees means they're replanted and that canopy is reestablished. And I think it's important when you listen today that it's made understandable that while development does necessarily remove trees, you have to build roads and you have to build house pads and you have to create backyards. There's also an opportunity to replant trees and to reestablish that canopy, which by this adjacent development has been reestablished and is great evidence of that. Speaking of canopies, I wanted to show you what our original site plan, which was 43 homes. What I want to highlight for you too is this is the portion that's adjacent to the Trotter's Field, which is the PRD to our rear. And you see that what we've done is we made sure we pulled those lots off of that rear line to create an opportunity for not only the establishment of a 20-foot fully landscaped buffer, but also opportunity to leave undisturbed areas throughout there so that the lots are pulled back off of our adjacent neighbors to create a nice area both to the rear of these homes, but also from a visual standpoint to the rear of those existing neighborhoods. That original site plan, as you see, was 43 homes. Through this process, we have now reduced that to a maximum of 36 homes while keeping that same area you see on the rear side of those lots adjacent to Trotter's Field residences, making sure that we maintain that minimum 20-foot buffer as well as a very generous and substantial area that can remain both undisturbed and disturbed, but replanted to provide for a fantastic buffer. A couple of things I want to point out as part of this process that we've done in reducing it to 36 homes. It was done also with a lot of intention in terms of design, and that is we looked at Trotter's Field, and there's 15 lots or 15 homes that back up to our property. And now we have 15 homes on that side, so that there's some consistency in that transition from one residential development to the other. In addition, our widest lots at 55 feet minimum width lots match the Trotter's Field, as well as ensure that our widest lots are adjacent to our existing neighbors to provide for, again, a consistent transition of residential uses of detached single-family homes to detached single-family homes. One of the other important considerations for you is that this property is going to be, in this community, would be accessed solely from Barrett Parkway. Old Horseshoe Bend Road, which comes into this property and dead ends into this property that used to connect to what used to be a smaller road of Barrett Parkway. But Old Horseshoe Bend dead ends into this property. It was designed initially for this property to be developed and accessed through Horseshoe Bend to access all the way back out to Powder Springs Road. One of the things that we have learned through our process and in meeting with some neighbors who aren't here today that though have expressed their support was that they wanted to make sure that that was not going to occur, that a new development at the very back end of this area wouldn't be coming through their existing neighborhood as part of their access for construction and development activities in new homes. And we have done that. This will not access through Horseshoe Bend, so all the traffic impacts and impacts of this development will be felt facing out towards Barrett Parkway and not towards Horseshoe Bend neighborhood. The traffic impacts are on Barrett Parkway. There's no traffic impacts through Horseshoe Bend neighborhood and out to Powder Springs Road where Horseshoe Bend neighborhood accesses. That's where they access out to. That's not occurring here. I think that's very important to consider. Lastly, I just want to review with you the changes that have been made and the extent to which this applicant, Revive Land Group, has made those changes from a unit count of reducing it from 43 as proposed to 36, which is a 16% reduction in the lots and then lot count. The lot width has been increased by 22%. The distance between homes has been increased by 50%, and the net density has been decreased by 16%, all of which are significant reductions and changes that have been made through this process in Revive Land Group, who listens to those concerns that were expressed. Certainly, we still have opposition, but their comments and concerns were incorporated. The comments and concerns, there was somebody listening, which was Revive Land Group, who has a history of doing that in their applications. Again, this is an application that seeks to put a single-family detached residential community on a piece of property that serves as a transition between townhomes, Barrett Parkway, and an existing single-family neighborhood and does so in an excellent manner. This has been recommended for approval by your professional staff, and we respectfully request your approval here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. With that, we will now hear from opposition. Want you to keep in mind that you will have 10 minutes in total. There were a number of people that stood up possibly to speak in opposition, so please just be mindful so that no one is without time to speak that desire to. With that, we'll take the first person in opposition. And just want to let everyone know, before you speak, please state your full name before your comments. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Caldwell. I'm a resident of Trottersfield, and I'm one of the 15 houses that are going to back up to this development. Of course, we are, opposed to this because this has been our home, and that forest canopy has been a safety, it's protection, it's cooling, it's everything that it should be. My main concern, I don't want to go too much into detail, but my main concern was the density. Because when they first said they were going to put 40-some houses behind us, it literally blew us all back. We're like, that space is not back there. I can literally see Barrett Parkway from my backyard, from my bedroom. I can see cars every morning, they're racing by. So the idea, I'm like, where are all these houses going? There's very little space between my house and Barrett Parkway. I'm in those trees all the time just for various reasons, because part of it's my yard and maintaining it. But this is my neighbor's yard, Mr. Lopez. He goes the furthest out. And a couple friends of ours, we looked out there and we're like, we can see that subdivision on the opposite side they just built. At night, I can, this was at night. This is from my bedroom. Those are the lights from the housing across the street. So where in the world are 43 or 36 houses are gonna fit? My other issues with the traffic report, because it was not correct. They submitted a traffic study focusing on an intersection over a half a mile away, neglecting the arterial intersection of Powder Springs Road and Barrett. That is our main intersection that everyone who lives in that area, everything is either on East-West Connector or Powder Springs Road. No one, very rarely, will turn down Barrett to get to all these things. And if this housing is to this side of Barrett, they're gonna be U-turning. That's Walmart, that's Chick-fil-A, that's the fitness centers, that's the grocery stores. Nobody's gonna go this way on Barrett to the right, go down to Macedonia, and then turn down Powder Springs. 95% of the time, they're gonna be U-turning out of that subdivision. So that's another thing that I had an issue with. And other than that, this has been my home. I love it there. I don't want to take too much time. My daughter wants to say a few words.
Hi, I'm Jordan Caldwell. Thank you for your time. I would like to address my concerns about the long-term impact on the neighborhood, specifically for privacy and spacing. The proposal calls for a 20-foot buffer, which would require the destruction of trees that would not provide enough space between these houses and our homes. The forest contains a great barrier, including oaks and pine trees, will be at risk for and destroyed in favor of replanted landscaping trees, which are very small compared to the trees that are naturally there, and they take a longer time to grow. So the canopy will ultimately be on a decline for a very long time. It will not be able to bounce back to what it once was. It also does not provide enough coverage for noise, privacy, and this buffer may negatively impact the area and overexpose houses from both neighborhoods from the noise from Barrett Parkway. Additionally, the land has not deteriorated as we have wildlife back there such as deer, foxes, hawks, turtles, and tree frogs. These suburban landscapes that we're in create edge habitats, which are high in biodiversity and is at risk because of the 20-foot landscape buffer, which is not enough space for these animals to travel through. There's also a nearby waterway, Nose's Creek, that runs south of Horseshoe Bend and extends west through Barrett and Macedonia into Sweetwater Creek. There is a clear discernment that the proposed development will be extremely close to or potentially border this creek and may expose it to construction and disrupt the flood zone. We demand that precautions are taken regarding the number of houses placed, and there may not be enough space for these 36 homes to be squeezed together and have enough space between our neighborhoods. And we would like to request possibly an increased buffer that allows for more privacy between the two neighborhoods. Thank you.
Yeah, and, privacy fence,
Privacy fence
yes.
also, yeah.
And,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That now leaves a balance of 5 minutes for any additional speakers.
Hello, good morning. My name is Steven Swanson. I've stood up here and talked about trees before, but I got some points that I want to reiterate about this development. There's multiple ephemeral streams on the property. If you go out there and look, it's very obvious. And they're protected by state law. So ephemeral streams are what the county likes to call stormwater runoff or whatever, but according to state law, if the water runs there, even whenever it rains, it's a protected state water, which requires a 25-foot buffer on either side. Now, there's an old homestead site on the property, so it's already started to be developed a long time ago, and that homestead site has a well on it. So there's a water table underneath the property. I don't know if it can stand all the weight, so I hereby request a geological survey, because I don't think that one has been done. The soil there is just sand and wash. It's not stable at all. There's a spring head on the property that's active. It's not just a stormwater water source. It leaks out whenever there's no rain, and spring heads are protected by state law. The schools, they already came up and said their piece last time. They're already over capacity. So the Marietta Daily Journal posted a 31,680 gallon sewage overflow on March 12th. So if our wastewater infrastructure is already failing, I fail to see how adding a more dense housing development than what the law already allows makes any sense. R20, which is the current zoning, is already mixed density residential in accordance with the future land use plan. The developer's new site plan was submitted Friday, March 13th, after the deadline for any consideration. So, how do we know that that's even legit? And all the other site plans that he submitted are still there, so they could easily just walk it back. The traffic studies, that have been submitted are outdated. They're from, what 2024 maybe? And they're for Macklin Road in Barrett, and then one for Macedonia. But they're before all this, intense mixed development that's happening. So it doesn't account for all the apartments and houses that have been built in the past 2 years. Thankfully, they already touched on the whole U-turn situation. That's not just the people that live there. That's like every delivery driver, is going to have to make like 3 or 4 U-turns just to, do business on Barrett Parkway, which is a, limited access highway. So the well on the property that already exists from the old homestead is near the new or the proposed retention pond. So they're going to dig a hole where a well is to, capture stormwater. It makes no sense. There's yucca plants on the property, which historically were site markers for deceased slaves. It is an old homestead, and there's yucca plants there. They're not native to Georgia. And this whole ecosystem is what we call a riparian buffer. It's where wetlands turn into mature forest. And there are multiple, like century-old trees. Beech trees, for example, are notoriously slow growers. And there's one on the property that is well over 100 years old. The old homestead on the site warrants a historical survey because we don't know what, significance is there if they just bulldoze it. Another thing is that retention pond that's going to go up is right next to the floodplain, which these maps don't show it, but it's down a hill. And then they're going to build a retention pond, but then they say that there's going to be a retaining wall next to the retention pond. So they're going to build up with clay up to Barrett and then dig out a pond and put in a retaining wall to hold back all that water. Makes no sense any way that you cook it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes the time for those in opposition. I will now turn things over to our district commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with the applicant. Hello, Kevin.
Good morning.
There were several points that were made from the opposition that I'd like for you to address. And let's start with the tree canopy and the increased buffer. If you can just kind of walk us through what the code calls for and what your applicant is planning for the development.
Thank you. As it relates to the proposed buffer, which is consistent with the RA5 category, is a minimum 20-foot landscape buffer adjacent to Trotter's Field, which is at the top of this site plan. That's where Trotter's Field is. In addition, you'll see that our lots do not extend all the way to the property line like Trotter's Field's lots do, so that we can create significant mixture of landscaping and undeveloped area throughout that area. And it really shows it better here on the rendered site plan so that you can get a real sense of how much room that we are leaving between our lots and the homes that are in Trotter's Field. So you can see it's a pretty significant area that would be both landscaped and undisturbed where we don't need to disturb it, so that tree cover, existing tree cover, some of it can remain, some of it will then be planted as a landscape buffer, which according to county standards has to be completely opaque. You can't see through a tree, you're not supposed to be able to see through a tree buffer after 2 years. So that's what's being proposed here.
Okay. On Barrett Parkway, obviously there's some landscaping there. I believe that the applicant is proposing a 10-foot buffer. Can you talk to us about that?
Yes, so along the entirety of Barrett Parkway, it will be landscaped. It's a 10-foot landscape buffer. So you'll also have, at the entrance, you'll have the entrance monumentation, with its landscaping, and then landscaping along the entire Barrett Parkway frontage, obviously. It'll go with that.
Okay. And talk to us a little bit about the density. Originally, I believe it was 43 lots.
Yes.
And the parcel is a little over 10 acres, but a little over 9 that are buildable.
Approximately, right.
Yeah, so talk to us about the density and what the future land use calls for in terms of that zoning district of MDR.
Sure. So as we reviewed, the future land use map designates this property as medium-density residential. Medium-density residential encourages densities from 2.5 units per acre up to 5 units per acre. That's the medium-density residential range. The property across Barrett Parkway, which is was rezoned to RA5 and is developed as a townhome community, is 3.8 units per acre. The property Trotters Field, which is the PRD that's also within the medium-density residential area that you can see here on the screen, is a PRD, planned residential development. It's a category that was used, that was phased out 20-plus years ago. But PRD, that's at 3.0 units per acre. And what we're proposing is 3.6 units per acre. Initially were at 43 detached homes. We've now reduced that to 36 proposed homes, which is where we end up at a proposal of 3.6 units per acre of detached single-family homes, which we think provides that transition from across Barrett Parkway, and then we're adjacent to a single-family neighborhood. So this MDR certainly is reflective of a transition from, you can see, just below this property, adjacent to it on Barrett Parkway is when it becomes the city of Powder Springs, and you have a far, far more intense development that's occurred there.
Okay. Access to the property, and I know in your presentation you shared that it would be on Barrett Parkway, but I received, and this might have been early on when the application was initially submitted, that there was concern that there would be access through the established community of Trotters Field and also Horseshoe Bend community. If you can just talk to us a little bit about the entrance on Barrett Parkway.
Sure. So yes, so the only access to this property will be on Barrett Parkway, which will be a full right-in, right-out access, just like it is across the street, is a full right-in, right-in act. By full, it just means it's got the deceleration lane that's provided for and shown on our plan. And there is ample opportunity, not very far in either direction for U-turns if that's the case that needs to be. Those are safe, protected U-turn areas that are on either end in close proximity, just like you have for across the street. The main thing, though, was not coming through the existing Horseshoe Bend community. If this property is, again, old Horseshoe Bend Road dead ends into the left-hand side, kind of where you see our parking, guest parking, and cul-de-sac on the left-hand side of this plan. Old Horseshoe Bend dead ends comes through this property, right to that location. That would be the access if you do not utilize Barrett Parkway. And that would bring all of the construction traffic, all the development traffic, and then all the future traffic through an existing neighborhood, which I just don't think is ever a good idea. I mean, you're just making existing residents upset as that occurs. And so I just don't think that's a good idea. It would not be a good idea here for the success of this development.
Okay.
And that was the comments we had received from others in Horseshoe Bend.
Okay. The original application requested, I think, a total of 8 variances.
Yes.
Including an increase of the impervious surface. With the revised site plan and reducing the number of units, that also eliminated some of the variances, namely the impervious. You don't need a variance for impervious, but walk us through some of the other variances
Sure.
that you're requesting.
Okay, so yes, we were able to eliminate the request for an increase in impervious. We were able to eliminate a variance request as it related to the distance between homes. That variance request has been eliminated. So now the variance requests are limited to the setbacks, the front and rear setbacks, though we still are maintaining the standard length of the driveway, but the front and rear setbacks as well as the lot width and the minimum lot size do have variances, though to various degrees based on our new plan. We were able to, with the new plan, increase the 15 lots that were adjacent to Trotters Field. Those do not require variance as to lot width. The ones adjacent to Barrett Parkway are seeking a lot width variance, but to a much smaller degree than originally. Same with the lot size. The idea here is that with RA5, it allows for townhomes, just like across the street, RA5 has townhomes. It's a permitted use. In this instance, though, we do not believe that doing a townhome development across from a townhome development, we feel like there needs to be a difference, in terms of housing type and a variety of housing type. And we also think that this property is adjacent to single-family residential, detached. We'd like to do a single-family detached community here. If we did 36 townhome units, we would not need a single variance. But once we detach them and still try to do 36 units, you do need some variances under the RA5. That's been done before, and I only say that so that it's not something this is novel for the first time we've ever come up with. It's been done before, and in circumstances where it's warranted, and we believe this is a circumstance where it's warranted to provide for single-family detached homes here as a consistent transition. It does need a few variances to do that.
Okay. And speaking of townhomes, if this development was considered or developed as a townhome community, how many units would be on the development or at the site?
It would, if you did it under RA5 as to the 5 units per acre, or just under it, you'd end up with 47 townhomes. You could do a 47-unit townhome development here without variances. I mean, if it was approved by the board, that would still be within medium-density residential.
Okay. All right, thanks. That's all I have for Kevin, if you guys have
Thanks.
questions.
Commissioner Gamble.
Thank you. Kevin, I have a question. Have you considered moving the common area and the parking to the front? I mean, I understand why you're doing the 15 homes so that you can say that you've got the 15 homes backing up to the existing. But I struggle with putting a community center and a parking lot in the backyard of someone's home. Because that area is going to be highly used, because that's also going to be where their mail kiosk is. So have you considered putting that along Barrett Parkway so those property owners won't be as impacted?
The way the lot fit and design fit works, if this property just only has so much width from left to right, and that's why the design ends up like that. We feel like it's fine for what is going to be there. You see that in other locations as well, where you have, community areas that are in close proximity to homes. I'll put Revive Land Group and its builders are not bothered by it. But I understand the comment.
Well, and this is where I'll differ with you, because in the existing code for residential subdivisions, the common area has to be built prior to the home. That way the homeowner knows what they're purchasing next to. So that's where I struggle with this, because yes, they understood something could be developed behind them, but there was no indication it would be a parking lot or a community center. And it would go same for the parking at the other end. Again, we're essentially putting cars in somebody's backyard that hadn't inspected it. Again, housing is anticipated. And then have you considered an RA4? Because your proposed density is at 3.7, which is more in line with an RA4 than an RA5.
Right.
Why didn't staff consider that?
Well, because our initial application was in excess of 4 units per acre, so that's why it was RA5. We have now revised this to come down to the 3.6 or so units per acre. You could call it RA4, but it would still require variances like we proposed, but you could call it RA4 and still make that happen.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments, and along those lines, there was a request for a privacy fence. Perhaps that could help with some of that screening and give a heightened sense of safety, considering that those vehicles would be so close to someone's yard, that that might help to address Commissioner Gambro's concern and the request of the neighbor. Yes, Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. I know that staff had recommended RA5, and with the variances, I know you said you don't need the 15 feet between home variant, the 10 feet now, because you've gone 15.
That's right.
And the impervious has gone from the request for 45 to 40, which is up what's allowed. But I think with the RA4, would those variances with the setbacks still be requested?
Yes,
All of them?
yes.
Okay. And then where Commissioner Gamble was talking about the amenities, that back up to the residential in the next subdivision, that's a 20-foot buffer? And are you putting a fence there too?
It is a 20-foot buffer as well, and the idea behind a privacy fence, we're not opposed to that. If that's something that the commission is interested in, then we can accommodate that request.
So what buffer, or what setback is required between them and Trotter's Field? Or if there are what are we
For
deleting?
the landscape screening buffer, Commissioner,
Pardon?
for the landscape screening buffer, they're required to have 10 feet, and they're shown 20 feet
In the rear?
for the buffer.
Okay. For RA5?
And RA4.
Okay. There's still a lot of variance.
John, is the building setback still the same for RA4 and RA5?
Yes, they're the same.
So they would need these additional variances, whether they're RA4 or RA5, for
Yeah.
the setback.
Yeah, they would still need variances for the lot size and the setbacks, but the variance for the distance between buildings goes away, and the variance for the impervious surface increase goes away.
Yeah. Those both go away with our current proposal, yes.
Kevin, were you planning to keep the trees in the buffered area, or are you going to remove and then replant?
There will be, depends on the area.
Okay.
That's a very lawyerly-like answer, I know. But
It depends.
But there's certain areas where, yes, it would be completely replanted, and other areas where it would be, where we don't need to, let me get to that plan. You can, this is a general representation so that you know, without having the benefit of a full grading plan that would be done. But you can see where you have the darker trees, those areas would seem to me to be more likely to be, certainly on the right-hand side, are undisturbed.
Okay.
But as you can see, it gets kind of thin where we have to put in a pond and those types of things, and that's going to require us to then put in a full buffer there, and then there's other areas where we may not have to do so. So it's a mixture as we work through that.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Could we have a GIS with a topo map put up? Because I know I've driven by this property several times, and the topography and the terrain through there is going to be requiring mass grading. Can we have the, where it says what yeah. So we're going from 960 in the back to about 933 in the front, down to 908 where they're proposing to put the detention pond. So there will be mass grading, which will be requiring the site to be clear cut in order to achieve. So I guess it then begs the question of, while we're talking about privacy, if this much grading is going to happen, how far below the existing homes are these homes going to sit? And does the 10 or 20-foot buffer give enough of a slope to ensure that the 2-to-1 ratio is held so we don't have erosion problems and potential property damage from the folks in Horseshoe?
And we'll have Andrew address some of those concerns with stormwater, but Kevin, did you want to address any of those concerns?
Can we pull that topo, the topography map?
Yeah, you can, the property is actually pretty flat from a development standpoint.
Excuse me,
Oh.
the chair would like to go back to the topo map.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Whatever. No, that's fine. I was going to answer your question,
Okay,
but, no, Madam Chair, you go. I'm just trying to answer
I'm just
questions as they're
looking
being
at
asked.
Commissioner Gamble's concerns too, and looking at the drop-off from Ernest Barrett to the back of the property. And there is a decrease in some areas, not all. The only, I mean, the detention pond's put in the right spot because that's really where the decrease is. But if you're looking at the existing homes, the topography is not that much different from the back of those homes to the back of this property. I just see about a 2-foot, 3-foot difference there, but going south, that is where Commissioner Gamble did observe it going from like 941 to 907. But I don't see
But
it
if you look
sitting
at the north,
below.
where the corner is, that's sitting at 959, 960. So that's where I started, was at
Okay.
the high point. And then even where they're proposing the parking lot kiosk, that's sitting at 955. So I took it from there down to the 933 at Bear Parkway.
Yes. I think their property, though, even in their own subdivision, you have that same issue. So it's not introducing a unique character to what's existing because their homes are sitting at the top of other homes along Stirrup Lane. And if you go to this community, you have the same elevation difference.
And in some points it's even higher.
Right, but then when Kevin showed his one map of the reforestation, where he showed it from 2022 to 2026, that picture was very telling because you could see the slope that the developer had created in order to get the homes at the existing footage that they're at right now. So the question remains is if that developer did the slope and then replanted, right? And again, we saw that in the picture. You're going to have to do the same thing on this property.
I can't.
So does that
yeah.
take the buffering away, the backyards, the
Yeah.
setbacks and such?
I hear you. I can look at the numbers here, but what I can't look at is the past to say what the developer did or did not do. All I can do is look at this map and tell you that the elevations are showing similar from this subject property to the existing developed property. So if there was some regrading, it still didn't result in much difference between the adjoining property. Because here, like, if you're looking at 910, if you look at the bottom of the screen of that elevation, right to the right is at 910. If you go up further, you see 936. If you look to the adjacent subdivision, you're gonna see 934 on the other side. So I guess I'm not seeing the detriment of flow or impact to the adjacent property due to that elevation to the elevation difference that runs north and south. Because I think it's the same character, except what you don't see on the Horseshoe Bend property, I don't see detention to the south of their property. And I see detention that will be added here. So I perceive that when their property was developed, there wasn't the mindfulness of where that water is flowing and how it's going to be stopped, where you do see that consideration for this site plan.
And in the Horseshoe Bend, the elevation is even higher at like 955 and 960 in some points at the top of the subject parcel. You see, it's
I see,
955.
yes, ma'am.
And 960, so it's higher even than the subject parcel.
I'm sorry, Kevin, you were going to,
I was just gonna, y'all figured it out amongst yourselves, but I would,
Kevin's
but I was gonna
I'm
just
not
try to
getting in
answer.
that one.
I was gonna just answer the question, if you, this is a, because it's a rendered plan, it's a little, I think it's easier to visualize. And again, left to right is north, south, north and south or east. But anyway, the property, as you pointed out, it falls in elevation based on the way this is oriented from left to right, which makes sense. You have some floodplain area and a stream that's gonna be fully protected on the far right, which is where our detention pond is, because it falls gently, really does from an overall standpoint, but it's falling from our left-hand side down to our right-hand side and also somewhat tilting as it goes that way. So what happens is, from a development standpoint, on the left-hand side, we're about even with Trotter's Field in terms of elevation. And then as we continue going from left to right, this again goes down, will go downhill to our detention pond and to ultimately the stream, that we fall then below the elevation of what the Trotter's Field's homes are. That's how that works with essentially the darker areas, like I was pointing out, from a general standpoint, the darker treat areas wouldn't be graded at all, and that includes all of that area on the other side of the detention pond. And then there will be necessary some grading where you see otherwise, and that would be then
And that's
fully
what
buffered
Commissioner
with
Campbell was-
twice the buffer that's required.
okay. And I see what you're talking about with that map, that area would have to be clear to go
Yeah,
to detention.
as it falls.
Yeah,
But it does fall below those Trotter Field residents, which is good, because that's better if it falls below, from a visual blocking standpoint.
I also must say, I concur with Commissioner Gamble on the placement of the amenities. I know that this is a tough property to try to develop, considering its configuration and the topography. But I leaned heavily towards getting that privacy fence, looking at the proximity to that amenity area to the homes, looking at this particular rendering.
And we can do that.
But outside of the buffer,
Yes, ma'am.
so it doesn't
Absolutely.
encroach on the buffer area.
That's fine.
It's going to go to the rear of the property.
And then a 20-foot buffer in addition.
Commissioner, this is your case.
Interesting stuff. So you guys have any other questions for Kevin? No? Okay. Thank you, Kevin. We
Thank you,
appreciate
Commissioners.
that. Andrew, please join us. Hello, Andrew.
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
Okay. You and I connected a couple of months ago regarding this development, and we had conversations around the stormwater placement and concerns from neighbors at Trotter's Field and the Horseshoe Bend community regarding runoff, et cetera. Can you share your assessment of the property, and if you can address any springs or wells that may be on the property as was shared with Mr. Swanson earlier? I appreciate it.
Absolutely. As it was kind of described earlier, as you can see in that image where the property is, it's generally draining sort of toward Barrett Parkway and to the south, down toward the creek. And so to the south, that is to the bottom of that image, the GIS image you see on the screen, that's where the logical place would be for them to put their stormwater management system, and that's what they're proposing to do. I had some concerns with the more dense arrangement, particularly because there's some drainage, as we say, that's coming from the east kind of toward the development, and somehow that drainage is going to have to make its way down to the detention pond. So it's either going to have some pipe systems, maybe they have to go between the homes or behind the homes. And so when the lots were more narrow, that created a little bit of concern about how do you do that. When the lots become narrow, it's very hard to get a pipe through there and have the house as well. So I would note that that's a real improvement on the applicant's current site plan. Those lots along that residential side are wider now, and that helps in that regard. So I appreciate the applicant addressing that concern. To this, your point about any springs, or maybe, as I heard Mr. Swanson say, about there being maybe some buffered waterways or something on the site. Really, when the site were in development, that would be something that the county's Erosion and Sediment Control Department in community development would have to evaluate. Looking at it in GIS, there are some drainage paths across the property. However, in order for it to be a buffered stream, that is what's referred to as a state waters, it has to have more than just water flowing there when it rains. So it has to have enough other attributes, particularly what they refer to as rested vegetation, that is water that drains enough time, with enough frequency and continuous for a long enough period of time that vegetation won't grow there. And so you have kind of a visible sort of stream channel, for lack of a better word. And when the site is submitted for its land disturbance permit, usually what would happen is the applicant would have the site evaluated by someone like a biologist, ecologist, who's qualified to make that determination. Because sometimes when you look at a major stream, there's no doubt about that. It's obviously a major flowing stream, flows all the time. And as you become smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller watersheds, it becomes a little harder to identify. You're looking for less obvious signs, but they would look at that and try to determine, if any of those are. Just looking at this, if there are springs on site, it wouldn't necessarily surprise me to find that. In our area, groundwater coming to the surface of the ground isn't uncommon. It's pretty common over the county. And so those sort of things are, as Mr. Swanson said, they're ephemeral. That is, they kind of come and go depending upon the amount of rainfall and climatic conditions. If we're in a drought, they may not flow. If we have more water, they might flow. So, but those sort of things would be something that would have to be evaluated during planned review. There aren't really any, the most significant drainage pathway across the property is kind of a little drainage pathway you can sort of see in the contour lines that's sort of kind of on the upper half of the property. It's not a huge drainage area that's passing through there. So just looking at it in GIS without actually looking at it physically in the field, I wouldn't think that it would be a buffered stream because it just doesn't look like it has enough drainage area to really create those effects that we're looking for. But that said, that would have to be evaluated, certainly during development. And if it were determined to be buffered, then that would change their plan. But as best I can tell, I don't really see anything that immediately jumps out to me that would indicate that any additional buffers, stream buffers, were needed on site.
Okay. And the property, let's see if it's on the updated site plan. I believe it has a bioretention area. Can you explain that to us a little bit in its function?
Yeah, absolutely. And the location of that, I think, is shown conceptually. They may have to, provide some additional areas to that. But one of the things that we're, of course, trying to do, we frequently refer to ponds as detention ponds, and that's true. Detention ponds are designed to capture runoff and regulate the release of that runoff so our post-develop release rate doesn't exceed what the pre-development condition was. But we're also concerned about water quality. And that bioretention area they've shown in concept sort of behind, that is to the east of where those homes are on their revised site plan. That bioretention area, or bioretention areas in general, are designed to be sort of something that provides a water quality benefit. So the water drains into that. It has an opportunity to deposit sediment, to soak into the ground, and generally those what are referred to as the first flush. That is, if we get a rainfall runoff that's not a huge flooding event, but a rainfall runoff that produces runoff, that first flush of rainfall is thought to carry most of the contaminants from the site, most of the floatable pollutants, most sediment. A lot of sediment is going to have a lot of the contaminants in the water attached to it. So if you provide a place where that water can be captured and soak into the ground before it goes to the detention pond. That's currently the way that the Georgia Stormwater Management Manual would look at providing for that. So I think that them showing that in concept of where that bioretention area, it's kind of that little thin area that's shown as kind of a blue area, kind of back behind. There you go, kind of where the cursor is there. That's where they're kind of envisioning that. It could be that there are some additional areas that would need to be used on site to accomplish that as well, but that's what that's after. It's trying to accomplish what we call runoff reduction, and that's one of our Georgia Stormwater Management Manual goals.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if I had any other questions. That's all that I have for right now. Do you guys have any questions? Go ahead.
Commissioner Allen?
Yeah, I just have one clarification. The detention pond is not in the floodplain, is it? It looks like it's just outside
That's correct.
of the floodplain.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any questions? No? Okay. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it. Collins? Or someone from DOT? Oh, Amy. She's back. Hey, Amy, how have you been?
I'm good. Amy
Good.
Diaz, Cobb DOT.
Good, it's good to see you again. There were several concerns shared regarding DOT that I'd like for you to address, including the U-turn on Barrett Parkway, and I believe at that point there is a divider in the road that's right outside of this subdivision. But if you can address that, and also there were comments shared regarding the traffic study. So if you can just walk us through those two things, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly, I'll do my best. So the size of the development would not normally have triggered a traffic study. You know, we have a limit of 75 peak hour trips or 750 daily trips, and this is significantly below that. However, because they had an access to Barrett Parkway, which has to be approved by the board, we asked them to do a traffic study that looked specifically at the U-turn locations. And so that's why the particular intersections that were selected were selected. The person that referenced the 2024 count, I believe what he's referencing is when we initially do our DOT comments, we give you a GDOT daily count on the roadway if one is available, or a Cobb DOT if we have one available. And we tell you what year that was from, and then we give you an overall level of service for the roadway. That's to give you an idea of how the roadway is operating, but this is it's a very high level kind of number. The actual traffic study for the development the counts were done in October 2025, because they were done for specifically this development. So the traffic study itself, when you look at that, is of much more recent counts. So I believe there are not 2025, certainly at the time that we did our comments, and I don't believe even now, there are not 2025 GDOT counts available yet, because they have to collate it and do all their data quality control. And so they will be available later this year, and we'll switch from 2024 to 2025 at that time. But the traffic study itself was done in 2025.
Okay, thank you.
And then we had a person that disagreed with basically the trip distribution. So when you look at the traffic, say the 2025 one, what we have is we have a slightly different distribution going north and south, depending on where they're entering and exiting, because of the impact of having to do U-turns. People tend to change their routes around a little. So coming in, we have basically 60% coming in from the south. 70%, because we also have Macedonia. So 70% comes in from the south and turns right into the development. Exiting, 60% will have to do the U-turn. So 100% has to turn right because there are no lefts. And then when they get to the first U-turn location, the traffic study had 60% doing a U-turn and 40% going on. We thought that was a reasonable percentage. There is a lot of development up to the north as well as to the south, and it had the majority going back to the south. However, because the trip generation for this is low, I mean, again, we would not have normally required a traffic study. Even if you change the distribution, I did a most extreme case of just back of the envelope, if you changed it to 90-10 split, it adds 8 vehicles to that U-turn. So it's not a lot of change as far as number of vehicles, even if you do a pretty significant change in the distribution, just because this isn't a lot of units and the trip generation is low.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Amy?
Amy, while this is a relatively small development, we know that there's other going to be parcels that are going to develop along here that will then be required to do the right. My question for you is, at the proposed locations, they are going to do the U-turns. Are they currently set up for a vehicle to safely make a U-turn?
Yes, so what the U-turn locations, one to the south is at a signalized location. So it's turning from at Macedonia, it's turning from a left turn lane, and it's actually, because there's no road across the street, it's just a U-turn lane. And so that is definitely designed for U-turns. And then when you go to the north, the break in the median, because it is a divided access, the break was specifically made for U-turns. So again, it's a U-turn only location. You know, we had them analyze it because we wanted to make sure there was significant storage and that there wasn't a lot of delays. And they did do that analysis as part of the study, and we accepted it.
Okay, and I agree with you. And I see, and I don't know what the technical term is, but I call it the bump out that would be on the left-hand side in order for the vehicle to make the U-turn if they need that wider swing. Eyebrow, okay, you call it eyebrow. What's the technical term?
So bulb out is one, eyebrow is another one that's
Okay.
used. So there's a couple of terms, but probably usually you hear eyebrow.
Okay, so if you go back down to the Macedonia one, I don't necessarily see the eyebrow there. So will there be plans to improve that? Or well,
There is
maybe
one.
it is a little one.
Yeah, there's a little one.
Okay,
So for passenger vehicles, which is the majority of what would be using the U-turn from this development, as long as there are 2 receiving lanes, it generally can accept the U-turn. However, there is a eyebrow here so that, you know, Amazon trucks and things like that can U-turn. So we do try to make sure that all vehicles can turn around.
thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for Amy? No? Okay, thank you, Amy.
No problem.
Okay, do you guys have any other questions for anyone applicant? Okay. All right, thank you. All right. It's been quite a bit. Thank you all for joining us today for this application for consideration for board's approval, for board's consideration. To the applicant, thank you for your interest in developing District 4. I know that this particular parcel has presented some challenges over the years. Once Barrett Parkway was split, that parcel split, and I know with the townhomes across the street, that owner has tried to sell that property for decades because of similar challenges. But what's before us represents more than a zoning decision. It reflects a thoughtful response to one of our pressing challenges, and that's housing. As we navigate through our housing needs, this application reintroduces the single-family residential development. For the past several years, particularly since COVID, we have seen quite a few applications for townhouses for various reasons, cost, expense, etc.
So I'm glad to see that there is a proposal for a single-family development. As was shared earlier, the property future land use is medium-density residential with a maximum of 5 units per acre. If this property were to be developed, I think it was shared earlier, as a townhouse community, it would be 46 townhomes, I believe was the number, 47 townhomes without variances. So we have 47 townhomes without variances, or the proposal of 36 townhomes. So based on my math, that's 11 less townhomes with some variances. For me, I think that is a fair exchange. When we talk about traffic concerns and the traffic counts, and even the infrastructure, stormwater, and the like, to have 11 more units obviously would bring a greater impact to the community in those areas. Staff, I believe, John, did staff recommend approval on this? I think the planning, okay. Staff recommended approval. I believe the planning commission also denied. Okay. So staff recommended approval. The planning commission recommendation was denial, but that denial, I'll say, was based on, in part, based on the former site plan of the proposal of 43 homes. Right. So this obviously has been reduced. I'm not sure if they would have a change of heart or a change of mind, but I just want to note that that denial was based on the density that was originally proposed. I am supportive of staff recommendation. I do believe that this property is appropriately suited along Barrett Parkway. In the RA5 category, the max number of units is 32 units. And with the increase of, there's just an increase of 4 units. So when we address our housing challenges, my approach is to add just maybe a couple more units to provide housing for our residents of Cobb County. There is concern with density, and I understand that. My approach is, rather than have developments that are extremely dense, if we can spread out density with new development and have maybe 3 to 4 additional, that would provide less stress on infrastructure, stormwater runoff, et cetera. So where the RA5 category allows for 32 units, this proposal is adding an additional 4 units at 36. And again, keep in mind, if this were a townhouse community, we'll be looking at 47 properties. So I am supportive of the development, and I'm appreciative to the applicant for revising the site plan and hearing the concerns of the community and addressing the concerns of the community. And again, I am appreciative to the residents who are engaged in the process and took time out to speak with us today to share your concerns and your opposition, and those are always taken into consideration. And with that, Madam Chair, I am prepared to make a motion. Okay, let me get to it. I make a motion to approve Z5 2026 with the following stipulations. Let me get the letter. I have revisions to the stipulation letter submitted by Kevin Moore on March 11th
John, can you confirm that date? Hold on, I have it. On March 16th, 2026. Okay, with the following revisions. Number 4, to include final elevations to be approved by the district commissioner. Stipulation number 5, to reflect home shall have a maximum of 10% rentals. Number 7, the entrance signage to be on both sides of the entrance and approved by the district commissioner. Number 8, community gathering area to include an in-ground fire pit with seating. Number 12, the detention pond fence to be black vinyl clad fence with landscaping at a minimum of 4 feet to provide a visual buffer. Number 13, the final landscape plan, site plan to be approved by the district commissioner. Developer to install a privacy fence to the rear of the property. Let me just be very specific with the lot numbers, although those may change. And I'll say to the rear of the property. God, I can't see this. Let's just say to the north of the property, to include a fence to the east of lot 17. And I think that's it. I don't think I missed anything from our discussion. And staff comments and recommendation not otherwise in conflict. And that concludes my motion.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
Well, we
Oh,
have
we
to
have
have
a second, thank you, I'm sorry,
Second.
I have discussion, I'm leaping. Yes,
And
go
I was
ahead.
gonna
We'll
say second for discussion.
Second for
but
dis,
Go ahead.
let's note Commissioner Burrow, second for discussion.
Well, Eric can second it, we still have discussion.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Well, I see that there has been a reduction.
Commissioner, you need your mic.
Sorry. I do understand the impervious is now what is required, not an increase in the 15 feet. But when you compare to if townhomes went there, it's currently zoned R20, which allows for 16 units. So if townhomes were going there, I know you are saying these are detached, single family, which is more desirable than attached townhomes. But they would have to come through zoning too. So I think we need to look at, it's currently zoned R20, which would allow for 16 units, and they're going to 36. It is MDR, which allows up to 5 units per acre, but that doesn't mean, even though they're 3.6 or 3.7, we've had both discussions, it doesn't mean that just because they're allowed under MDR that, they have approval to do that. And I know they're under that, but I still think it's too dense for the surrounding R20 and even the PRD is less than the 3.6 units per acre. So those are just my comments.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Go ahead, Chair.
Did you want to respond to the commissioner?
Yeah, I did. This is zone R20, and I believe it's 16 units. But our comp plan and our future use is up to 3.5, and we understand that it can still be within that range. But as we review these applications and we review the location of the application, Barrett Parkway is one of the main arterial roads that connects the east side to the west side going towards Town Center Mall. So because of the nature of Barrett Parkway, and when we consider the commercial that's just not even a half mile from this area, the Walmart, Chick-fil-A, Aldi's, and some of the commercial properties, I think that a little more density would not be out of place here. I think there's been an effort to conform with the existing property by developing this as a single-family property and further mirroring the rear units to those that are adjacent to Trotter's Field. So for the residents, it was shared earlier, the resident can look out of her window and see development. When that occurs, they're not seeing anything that's out of place because it will be consistent in size with the existing property. The townhomes across the street are at 3.8 units per acre. So while this is adjacent to properties that are R20, the more newer development supports a little more density. In fact, that application passed, I think in 2022 by this board. So I still don't feel like this is too dense. At 43 units, it was too dense, and we've had conversations with the applicant, and they made every effort to reduce that. And with RA5 calling for 32 units, because the updated plan actually was 39 units, and I asked them to go back to the drawing board and reduce that further. So we landed in the middle, from 32 to 39, and we just landed in the middle with 36 units, which I think is still appropriate for this site, but I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Gambrill.
And Commissioner Sheffield, while I agree with your comments, you know, this is located near commercial and it is expected to have a little bit higher density near commercial. What I'm disappointed to see is there are no sidewalks that will allow foot traffic to the Chick-fil-A, to the Walmart. And matter of fact, in staff comments, they've allowed them to do a fee in lieu. But this board is constantly hearing, we need sidewalks, we need walkability. So while this development, I agree with you, it should be a little bit more intense given its location, it has no accessibility, which is a big component that this board has typically fought for, but has been removed. And I'll differ with you a little bit because I live right off of Barrett Parkway. It's a PRD, but we are in the low-density residential category. And we are also near a commercial center, but again, we have the walkability, it's all there. So I see the other side of the scale too, where you can also have lower density near commercial, because that's just as desirable as well. So that's just more of a, there's both spectrums there.
Absolutely.
But I'm disappointed that the sidewalks have been removed from this, given the location to the Chick-fil-A and the Walmart and other features that you have commented on. And I don't think, and we're kind of beyond the DOT, but I don't think there's ever been discussions of a trail along Barrett Parkway in this section, but I know we have that 10-foot trail that starts up at Dallas Highway that then goes all the way up to Town Center. So to me, it's not unreasonable.
Agreed.
And actually, that sidewalk is not 10 foot from there, but it goes down to a normal sidewalk to Villa Rica. But it's not unreasonable that in the future, that trail will be
Absolutely.
extended. So I would personally like to, I don't know if you maybe want to hold it, allow them to show the sidewalk being put in there, because again, that's going to change some things as well, as such.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. I did note that observation as well and appreciate you taking a look at that. We've had a partnership with developers to help us make Cobb County more walkable, so that when they have their developments, that they are adding that feature along some of our more traveled roadways. But I can tell you, I do appreciate the applicant putting sidewalks on both sides of the street inside of the development. And that's not something that I've always seen required, because when you see family development, I hate for kids to have to choose what is the safe side. Because if a child doesn't live on the side of their sidewalk, they're going to be negotiating how they get to the other side. So that is something I appreciate, and I think there's time for the commissioner to still consider sidewalks on Ernest Barrett Parkway. Yep.
John, do you want to jump in and address that?
Sure, and, regarding the motion, my only question had to do with the fencing that you
Sure.
put in the conditions. Can we just make the condition that the district commissioner approve the final fencing and landscaping plan adjacent to Trotters Field? Is that what it's called?
I think, well stated.
And then I think, regarding the sidewalks on Barrett Parkway, they were agreeable to fee and lieu, but I think they are also agreeable to installing sidewalks. So
Yeah.
it's up to the board as to what to do with the sidewalks.
Okay.
But staff comments say fee and lieu. That's why I'm raising that.
Yeah, so the commissioner would need to have a stipulation to speak to that. And then, thank you for addressing the fence, so that we can make sure that that is considered along Trotters Field.
Yeah, that's what I included in the motion. I guess I didn't include the subdivision, but I put to the rear of the development.
Yeah, I just want to clarify it, so when it
Okay.
comes to your plan review, we know what to do with it.
Okay. Okay. Privacy fence along Trotters Field. Okay.
You
Go
do have
ahead.
another.
So can we see the connectivity for the sidewalks now without any? But if they did frontage, would it connect down Barrett Parkway
It won't.
to the next?
No,
There's
because
no-
it's just
the
an
next
development.
parcel's not developed.
It gives us a running start, though.
Start, right.
Right.
'Cause
Right,
It gives,
right.
we know
So
how
there's
costly
no-
sidewalks are.
Nothing north or south that would connect?
Not
Right.
yet.
Not yet.
I can tell you, it's easier when you do have some sidewalks,
yeah.
and it's less costly, because we know our sidewalk requests are this much, and our sidewalk funding is about this much. So any
Every
help
little
we
bit.
get with additional development gets us closer. And I agree with the vision that Commissioner Gamble has. You have beautiful Mud Creek Park where people walk it all times of the day and night. I do envision, similar to I perceive her vision, one day people being able to get there alongside Barrett, and then it'd be a wonderful thing if they connect to the existing trail that she's observing. I think that helps to fortify Cobb's existing trail network in this part of the county.
Okay.
And I agree, because I've had subdivisions that had roads in between major roads. A collector road that had no sidewalks on either side. And, when a new development went in the middle of that stretch, there were sidewalks for the frontage. Now, the other side of the street did a fee in lieu of, because there's nothing between, the two major roads. So, and with SPOS money, I've connected it down to one side on the major road.
Yeah,
So
for less money.
we do need to start somewhere.
Amen, amen.
We need to increase budget for sidewalks. Okay. Robin, do I need to amend the motion?
It's up to you if you want to make those changes.
Oh, yeah, yeah, okay. All right, well, I'll amend my motion to include the district commissioner to approve the privacy fence and landscaping plan along Trotters Field, including unit number 17, the fence on the east side of unit 17. And I'm going to address staff DOT's recommendation number 4 regarding the fee in lieu for required sidewalks and require the developer to install sidewalks consistent with development code.
Alongside Barrett Parkway.
Yeah,
Okay.
along Barrett Parkway, the frontage of Barrett Parkway, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Good. Is there a second to that amendment, to that amended motion?
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? All right, we'll call the question. The motion carries 4-1, 5-0. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you all. Yes. With that, I'm going to ask for us to take a 9-minute break to 10:50. Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. All right, everyone, it's 10:50, and we are going to resume our Board of Commissioners zoning meeting this March 17, 2026. And John, I'll turn it over to you to queue up our next matter.
Okay. Next case to be heard is LUP 2 of 2026, April Murchison. Request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 376 of the 16th district. The property is located on the southeast corner of Woodhill Drive and Shadowwood Court. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 2? Please raise your hands. 3. Okay, let the record show there's 3 people here in opposition. All those who wish to address the board, either for or against, please come forward and be sworn in.
How about anyone in support?
Oh, all those in support of the application, please raise your hands.
In support? Oh, you are the applicant. Okay, thank you. I thought he rose his hand for opposition, too. Okay.
All right, please come forward to be sworn in, opposition and applicant.
Good morning.
Good morning.
April Murchison and Gregory Prasad here. We are here in reference to a land use permit we filed to park one extra vehicle on our property. This process began because code enforcement was called out to our home site and that we had too many vehicles. Since code enforcement came out in December, I believe that was, we have moved several of those vehicles. We now have 5 on the property. To accommodate those that oppose, we have a blueprint with us here with our plans to build a fence with landscape beautification. We have put up 4 large evergreens to provide some privacy to our driveway, which has 3 cars parked on it. Previously, we got 4 yes approving, and we ask respectfully that you please give us your approval for that extra vehicle. I would also like to add, since the initial enforcement visit, several vehicles were removed, and that no touching neighbors of our property opposed to us parking or building a fence, as well as several that live on Woodhill Drive and others that are in our subdivision.
Yes.
And that's why we're here today. We have that blueprint if you would like to see that, to show you what that fence would look like with the, once it's done being built, with the landscape to beautify that fence.
Yes, please, we'd love to see it.
Okay, go get the blueprint.
Thank you. You want to speak? Yes, and we would like that entered in the record as well for this matter.
It is a large one. On the last hearing, we had to actually walk it up because it's a professional
Okay, I was going to
blueprint.
ask CP, we probably can't see it on the,
No, you can't see it there. It's too huge. So,
maybe- yes, if you don't, the commissioner I see has a small copy of it. Oh dear,
This is a screenshot.
we need to get that step addressed. We're sorry about that, sir.
So CP, can that be projected?
Yes, that can be. You want,
This is a screenshot.
oh, it's a screenshot,
So
okay.
I don't, it's not.
Okay, great, yes, that helps.
so this is our driveway here. Oh, can you see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is the evergreens that we have planted. This is the proposal for the fence that we're asking to build, which would come here. This would be the gate. This would be the other part of the fence that is going on the side of our neighbor's yard. And this is the back of the fencing.
And these are already big evergreen established.
Yeah, those are already there.
Green
These are
giants.
the existing, more trees that we would build to beautify that fence.
This is what the fence is gonna look like.
Yeah,
so.
this is the type of fence right here.
Okay, thank you. Does this conclude your presentation? Thank you. Does this conclude your presentation?
It does.
Okay, don't go too far back because the district commissioner, she will likely call you back up when we discuss this matter. You do have a balance of 6 minutes on the time. You're good?
Yes, we're good.
Okay, so for those in opposition, you'll all have 10 minutes in total to address the board. Just be mindful of each other in case there are others that desire to speak within that time frame. Again, if you can help in just stating your name before you make your comments, and note there's a timer up there.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Paul Michael Carl, and I'm speaking.
May you help us in speaking a little bit closer to the microphone?
Good morning. My
Yes.
name is Paul Michael Carl, and I'm speaking on behalf of 21 residents in the neighborhood that are opposed. I'd also like to hand these out. You were emailed last week copies of the signature list from those opposed. Yeah, so originally this TLUP was for 8 vehicles and parking on non-hardened surfaces. So I guess we're asking for clarification. Is that now officially down to 5 and still parking on non-hardened surfaces?
Yes, that may be clarified when we call up for questions, but we just ask that you provide your presentation,
Okay.
and we'll make a note of your question to ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of those that are opposed have lived in the neighborhoods for 28 to 50 years, and due to their age, they're afraid of public conflict and not willing to attend these proceedings, so they signed that document you now have. And many are not even set up to comment online. Therefore, they've asked me to represent their opinions. I believe that Commissioner Burrell has also received written comments from the opposition stating concerns over the unenforced codes in the neighborhood and the effect this has on our neighborhood. We've got photos here to show just how this whole thing started, so I'd like to just show you that. When it started, the original reason for them being called out, for code enforcement called out, was because there was 4 vehicles parked on the paved driveway. And that's these 4 here. And then above it, that's pictures a gravel area to the right side of the driveway. There was 3 more parked there. And then over time, these are all timestamp photos, which all of you have, December 14th, 19th, 22nd, where the trucks and the work trailers, what we call work trailers, and the tractor were on the property. December 24th and 25th, January 15th, you can see all of the work trucks there, what we call work trucks. And again, January 17th, January 22nd, February 9th, February 11th, and February 18th. Now, during that time, no work was being done on their property. They were just having the vehicles there. Now, we do want to say, Commissioners, would you have wanted to see this every time you and your neighbors came in and out of your property? We do acknowledge now that since February and the 2 visits from code enforcement, the applicants have only had 4 pickup trucks, an SUV, and a dump trailer parked outside, and 2 vehicles in the garage. But they're still currently parking on non-hardened surfaces. Last week, the applicants did work at the residence across the street and next door to us, and after 5 days, when that work was completed, they had left their equipment trailer parked on the grass between our houses. So code enforcement had to come out again and have them remove that for parking on non-hardened surfaces. What we're showing is that it's their practices to park on non-hardened surfaces, multiple vehicles. Gregory did testify at the very first hearing. He'd love to put up a fence so he could hide their vehicles so the neighbors wouldn't have to see them. We contend that hiding extra vehicles behind a fence and bushes is not the solution. How many vehicles will truly be behind the fence, and why should parking codes be ignored so they can have them on their property is the real issue that must be addressed. So those in opposition feel that based on the applicant's past behavior, the opposition believes he will continue to adhere to the parking codes, or not adhere to them once the fence is up. We want to point out also that at the first hearing, the applicant testified that the gravel-type driveways had been there since the house was built in 1971. Frances Bell and her husband owned that house since 1971. And Frances did tell us that her late husband had the gravel put down around 1983 so he could access his workshop and garden area in the backyard. We spoke with the code enforcement manager, who also informed us since the gravel drive area was added around 83, that means the gravel driveway is not grandfathered in. And to put another driveway in, which is what they said at the last hearing, they were going to put a concrete driveway and a parking pad. They would have to get approval, written approval from the Department of Transportation. So if they don't currently have permission from them, what are the commissioners going to say when considering that with their what they want to do? I want to also point out the applicant's property currently has a concrete driveway that can easily accommodate the parking of 4 vehicles. And yeah, there you go. As they pointed out in their big picture, here's their concrete driveway, and it holds 4 vehicles. This is the gravel area, and in that gravel area, they've had vehicles parked there for the past 6 months. Currently, they only have 1 there. And over here is where they had originally proposed to put a concrete driveway and concrete parking pad. That is all gravel, and they currently have a dump trailer parked down here in front of this shed. So we're just curious, will any stipulations be made if you're going to really consider approving what they want to do regarding those non-hardened areas that they continue to use to park on? And if you approve it, are you going to be approving that they'll have the right to park on non-hardened surface with that extra vehicle, even though code prohibits that? Approving this TLUP for parking on the non-hardened surfaces and increasing the amount of vehicles to be parked outside overnight would set a precedent for our neighborhood and allow others in our neighborhood to do the same thing. We believe Cobb County codes are in place to maintain the aesthetics of our neighborhoods and values of our homes. If they're not even going to be enforced, we got to ask, why do we even have codes? You know, they're there for a reason. It's for the good of everybody. And finishing up here, I'm just going to say, if there's anything regarding my testimony that I can clarify you know, please call me back or ask me whatever you need to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's a balance of 3.5 minutes on the clock. If there are any additional speakers? Okay, not seeing any. Yes, no, I'll speak up too. There is an additional 3.5 minutes on the clock. I asked if there were any additional speakers, and now we do have one. And ma'am, you were sworn in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Sheila Rogers. And the questions we would be most interested in are the ones that he said during his speech. If we could talk about them since we have time?
We don't have back and forth discussion
Okay,
during your
that's what I wanted to
presentation
know.
time.
Okay.
But if the commissioner would like to call you back up, she will.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and I'll turn things over to the commissioner.
Okay. First, I'd like to call Yolisa up from Code Enforcement.
Good morning. Yolisa Foster, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Good morning, and thanks for being here. So this is a result of a code enforcement complaint.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why they're in for a lot for the number of cars or trucks parked on the property. But was there a citation or anything for customary home occupation or for not parking on a hardened surface? What are the...
We did not cite for the parking because the parking is in the application. So we can't cite them until this hearing is done.
Right.
But we are actively monitoring the property. I did ask an officer on Saturday to go by and check the property, and there were 5 vehicles at the property.
Okay. And I know originally they had asked for 8 vehicles. So the trailers, they don't count as vehicles. and they are allowed one work truck. But
Yes, ma'am.
that is included, or is that outside of the 4
That's a
allowed
part of the
outside?
4.
Pardon?
That's a part of the 4. You can have the
Right.
one business vehicle, but it'll be counted with those. And as far as the trailer, they can have it as long as it's under 12,500 pounds, and there's no business labels on both, like the work truck or the trailer.
Okay. But does that have to be on a hardened surface as well? The
Yes, ma'am.
trailers? It does? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that's another issue. Okay, does anybody have any other questions of you, Lisa, before I?
Just maybe clarification of what you're asking, because I think there is more than one trailer. So none of the trailers count towards a vehicle number as long as they're parked on a hardened surface?
And they can't have anything in it. They can't store anything or have like trash or anything in it.
Okay. And the gravel surface, that is not counted as a hardened surface?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So they'll have to pave that part.
And there was a comment made that the prior owner installed the gravel driveway and was using it to access the husband's shed. Was that ever called in for code enforcement?
I didn't hear your question,
Is there a
ma'am.
code enforcement history prior to this case? It was stated during one of the comments that the prior owner had the gravel driveway and was utilizing it, and I'm just curious to know,
You want to know if there was another
is there
case?
is there prior code enforcement history to this property owner, just for the property itself?
Let me grab my computer.
Okay.
While Ulissa's looking that up, John. I mean, he might be looking.
He's looking to,
What was the process back in 1983 if you wanted to put in a gravel driveway? I know that's before your time.
It's the same process as we have today. We've had the requirement for parking on a paved or concrete surface since the zoning code was adopted in the early 70s. So they still would have needed to have gotten a variance for that.
And was there a record of a variance request for this property for that gravel driveway?
I'm not seeing any, Commissioner.
This is the only case that we've had.
Thank you. I think that the parking is excessive, and we'll address that. I just have a concern about now having an issue with the gravel driveway with this property owner, but there wasn't an issue when the prior property owner was utilizing it. So I'm not saying that there shouldn't be accommodations made to reduce the intensity of parking here. I just have a concern about calling out one thing for one that you didn't call out for another. So I'm not saying it's right. I'm just telling you, there's probably heightened sensitivity because this site is being used quite intensely, and we need to address that. But to the extent, I'm trying to determine what's reasonable based on past tolerances that were exhibited by nearby property owners.
that's all I have.
Yeah, but thank you.
Thank you.
Can the applicants come back up? Good morning. It is still morning yet. So, how long have you been at this location?
About 6 months now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And the gravel was there
Yes,
when
ma'am.
you moved in?
Yes.
And we,
So, I don't know if you ever witnessed, or I may have to call up the neighbors that have been there for years and years to say if there were multiple cars, or any cars or trucks parked on the gravel, because I don't have a history of that. Madam Chair, and it's not like we're allowing something for one that we're not for the other, because we don't have a history of what was there before
Right.
this request.
Right. And
So,
the property,
I don't know.
go ahead.
Not only, it's been affirmed that there has been an existing gravel driveway prior to their application.
Right.
That's been affirmed.
That's the reason why we
By
bought
the
the home,
opposition.
you know?
I'm not
Okay.
saying they should have that many vehicles parked. All I'm saying is it's very clear since at least the 80s that they've had that gravel driveway there.
Yeah.
And we have 3 boys. Those vehicles are pickup trucks. They're not logoed work
Right.
utility vehicles. The Bobcat and the trailer is not kept at the property.
I don't
That
know,
is their.
I'm sorry, she
Okay.
asked you, we're talking about the gravel driveway.
Okay.
What I don't
Okay.
want is to turn this into you having an additional time for
Okay.
presentation, because all of that clarification should have been shared in your presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
But if you're asked a direct question about
Okay.
it, then you can
Yeah.
feel free to bring that up.
No problem.
Okay. So, current code is 4 outside, and what is in your garage?
A vehicle.
One vehicle?
Yes, and the other side of the garage, my kids use as a gym. They have gym equipment.
Okay. Is the car inside or the vehicle inside the garage operable?
Yes.
Does
It
it have
is.
tags and
Yes.
license? Okay. So you use it?
Yes.
It's not just
No, the
sitting-
tag office loves us.
Pardon?
The tag office loves us.
I bet.
I pay enough in tags.
So I see you've reduced down to, from your initial request for 8.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's look at, well, how many trailers are there?
I have 2 trailers. Most of them are on job sites. I don't bring them home every day. I'm only asking for 1 extra truck, which would be 5 vehicles on site. That's why I'm willing to build a fence, so neighbors cannot be looking at my stuff, or it could be out of sight, is what I'm saying. And I'm building a beautiful fence, not some ragtag fence, just to hide something. I'm willing to spend the money to please some people, but some people is unpleasable. So I'm willing to do these things to make sure I'm comfortable in my new home, our new home. So I'm willing to build a fence, just to park 1 extra truck, which is a pickup truck that I drive to and from work. Nothing is logoed, nothing is say, hey, I own a business. It's many people in the neighborhood park on gravel and does the same thing and own their own business. That's why we was attracted to this neighborhood, you know, and this particular home. So my neighbor that bumped property with me, he been there for 17 years, and the neighbor across the street been there for 19 years. That driveway was always used to bring in plants. He had a garden back there, tools to his shed. His son-in-law had a truck that they come there, and they use that driveway. That's why it was put in. And it's also a way to get to the septic if the big trucks need to get into the backyard. So that's why that driveway was put in, so they won't have to tear the grass up every time.
Okay. But it still isn't considered a hardened surface, so.
We would harden
Now
that
it is,
surface if
it needs
needed.
to be. So, I know staff recommended denial. You have, but I guess that was when it was 8 cars requesting, okay. And then at PC, they were agreeable, and y'all were agreeable to the 4 vehicles outside and 1 work truck, which would be a total of 5.
Correct, ma'am.
So an exception for the one truck.
Correct.
And then the trailers, you're gonna have 1 trailer or 2?
1,
1 trailer?
yes.
Which doesn't count as the vehicle, but
Correct.
it does have to be on a hardened surface.
And that's fine. I'm willing to
Okay.
do all of these things.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You're not required to put up a fence, but the landscape, you said you've put in trees in there to for like a buffer, landscape buffer?
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep eyes out of my backyard because they call on just a wheelbarrow being back there. So if I'm using garden equipment or I'm moving some compost in my compost pile, I don't want to be called, somebody called because they see a wheelbarrow while I'm taking a break, or obviously they are surveillance me very well, so you can see that in their records. And I caught them many times on my property taking pictures. So I had to have the police come out and give them a trespassing warning because they're invading my privacy as well as trespassing on my property. And I don't know why I bother them so much when other people in the neighborhood doing the same exact thing.
Well, they will have to be reported to code enforcement.
But see, I have not
Your
called on
case
them.
is what's before us today. So
Yes.
that's all we can
I understand.
work with. And your Lisa can go out there and do a search if she wants to, or if we get, we have to send code enforcement out whenever we get a
Yes,
complaint.
understandable.
So,
Yeah.
She hears you, she's on notice.
And I know they came by on Saturday and last week as well, and we're good. I want to be comfortable and left alone.
okay, I'm not gonna go with the previous owners, because that's not what's before us.
Question? Yeah, okay.
So do you have questions for them?
It's probably more of a question for John and you, Lisa, regarding the gravel driveway. Would a possible solution be to bound the gravel? I'm just trying to figure out solutions to make it into like a hardened surface rather than have loose gravel.
Well, there is a way to take the gravel and add something, a binder to it to make it a hardened surface. But the applicant would need to present that to us, you know, what they're gonna do exactly. As far as gravel driveway goes, you know, it was in their application, but we did not make that a point in our report, because that's really an issue that's handled by the BZA for a temporary. So, you know,
Okay.
for us, it's really the number of cars is what we're looking at.
Gotcha, okay.
But we can put a stipulation on that if we approve it.
Yes, if they're gonna use that gravel parking, then the board can put a condition on the gravel parking.
Right.
For what you
For a
think is
hardened
correct.
surface. Okay. Did you do a screenshot of the landscape plan and fence he had up?
Yes.
Okay, so besides the gravel that you're gonna have to make a hardened surface with a mixture or concrete or whatever you're gonna do, that does have to be on a hardened surface. But this other driveway, proposed concrete driveway and parking pad that you have on this drawing, and I know you've got, that's where the fence is. Are you gonna have cars or vehicles parked there and on the hardened surface?
I can make both of them harden. That's not,
No, I'm saying, I'm concerned about the impervious surface. You can't go over 35% in a residential lot. And if you're gonna pave the gravel to make it hardened and then add a concrete pad over here that's proposed in the other driveway, I'm afraid if, I can't approve you going over the 35% impervious. So I don't know if Andrew can speak to that from this conceptual drawing, or how we would measure that. Andrew, do you want to come up and kind of, y'all don't go anywhere. Just-
Okay.
I need to get Andrew up here.
and just for the record, we added 2 pallets of sod in the backyard and already
was gravel.
removed some gravel. So that square footage have shrunk quite a bit, and I got it highlighted here to show you that.
And this driveway
If
here.
you remove, like this part here, if you remove that.
Yeah,
So
this
all
used
of
to be
this
gravel.
is where my septic tank is,
Mm-hmm.
and it's now,
It's
It's
not
all
grass.
grass. This is all grass.
So you've removed some of the.
Yes.
And gravel wouldn't have counted towards a hardened surface, but it was gravel before?
yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
We found it like that, and I changed it into grass just to accommodate some of that. And if I need to add grass there, that's totally fine.
Okay. Commissioner Gamble?
Have you reached out to the Department of Health to see if they agree with that, since you are on septic?
Yes, this is fine, because I know where the outlet is.
Septic tank is.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Please enter, yes, if you may approach.
That's the height of technology showing one screen on another screen, so.
Where'd that drawing come from?
That was mine. When-
Oh, okay.
When we had some discussion made of it, I just wanted to discuss their impervious area. Before, when the site first came in and we first reviewed the site, the impervious area that I could estimate for the site was, to the best of my ability, was about 35.2. So they were just a little bit over the maximum, but honestly, with just what I have available to me in GIS, I can't really accurately estimate it down to the 10th. So if it's at 35.2, I'm calling that good. Under this scenario, when I got the site plan, which I think you had provided me, Commissioner Burrell, for the applicant, we were trying to figure out sort of what their impervious area is, and it required us to make some assumptions about what the impervious area is. There are some areas of gravel there to the side and to the rear of the home, and then there was a proposed area of gravel in the second driveway that I've tried to depict. And so those kind of darker areas that you see highlighted are the areas that I tried to sort of fudge in and assume that they're impervious. Now, there's an area that little area there that I was pointing at, yeah, there you go, thank you. That, you know, I assumed that that was going to be gravel. Maybe that's not. I heard some discussion about we could make things grass, or that they've already added some grass in the rear yard area. So what I'm showing here, this may be overstating what their actual impervious is. But those dark areas on site, as you see it right there, as best I can estimate that, is about 40.7% impervious. So that represents an increase from nominally about 35 to nominally a little over 40% impervious. I've removed their deck and stairs that are behind the home because we wouldn't consider that to be impervious. And some of those other darker areas between where they've proposed the parking on the far right side and where the home is, if those areas are going to be grassed, then they wouldn't count either, and that would help to bring the impervious area back. But at least just for a point of discussion, those darker areas that you see highlighted there, that's approximately 40.7%, just for a,
I'm sorry, what was it?
it was about 40.7% for those dark areas. I don't know if you can see that on the screen. So.
Yeah, and that's way over. Well, not way over, but too much over.
How can that be mitigated with pavers? Pervious pavers?
It could be, yeah. The county would provide, if they made some of that area pervious pavers, the county would, that pervious paver area would be counted as hardened and treated surface, so you could drive on it and park on it, but we would also give you a 40% credit toward reducing impervious area. The better way to reduce impervious area would be just to remove as much of that gravel area as you don't need. Remove unneeded gravel areas, like those areas to the side maybe of where the building is, between that proposed parking area and where the house is. If that parking area over toward the street on the left side, if it doesn't have to be as deep as it is, shorten that up a little bit. In other words, you get 100% credit for just getting rid of impervious area.
Right.
So it's better than the 40% credit of doing the pervious pavers. So that's where I would try first and try to try to squeeze that number back down toward 35, because they're pretty close. I think they could do that.
Thank you.
Does anybody have anything else for Andrew? Okay.
Not for Andrew, but maybe if we can keep Andrew's
Yeah.
document and, Andrew, can we refer to your document? Because I'm just curious what areas the applicant had planned on not paving that may be depicted here. Is this an accurate representation of what
It's
you
close,
wanted to
but-
do? Can you share with us what areas you planned on not having?
Yes. So right here, all of this is dirt. The driveway would kind of come straight back to the shed. This is where the garden used to be. So that's just dirt and grass. And from the gate, all of this is grass. So it's kind of zoomed in, but it's
Okay.
not accurate. So it's a smaller area
Yes.
of gravel.
Because a box was imposed. I see Andrew drawing it in, and it's not necessarily a box. I can actually see a little bit underneath that it cuts
Correct.
in to where
I
you're talking
think
about.
below this square here is the shed. See, the shed's.
Yes, ma'am, I see on yours.
So, but that counts toward the impervious,
Yes.
but it's not concrete or gravel or whatever.
Okay.
Okay, so your drawing.
Yes.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks, Andrew. So if you pave the gravel or make it hardened surface, the gravel next to the house, that side, not the new proposed driveway, but will you be able to park the 4 vehicles and the truck
Yes.
in that one side? Or do you need this new proposed area?
You're speaking of here. Is that where you're speaking of?
Here.
Yeah, I'm talking about the new proposed side.
Oh, over here.
Yes.
Do you need that?
Yes,
For
ma'am.
4 vehicles and 1 truck?
Yes,
Work
ma'am.
truck?
No, just one truck. The 4
The
vehicles are
4
in the
vehicles will be
driveway.
over here. I just need this for my truck. My pickup truck.
Okay. So the gravel, where the 4 vehicles are going on the concrete, is that gravel gonna be grass?
Yes,
Yes,
we
I can
can
make
make
that
that
grass,
grass.
And that'll help with the impervious.
Yes, and not all this, see, I have a bigger green space right here that's gonna stay that way, not big as the other guys showed. So I just wanna come straight in and pull straight out. So I don't need all of this backyard, because right now, all of this is dirt. And that's all grass right there.
Okay, so John, who's gonna determine he's at 35% or lower impervious before he builds out anything?
Well, if the board decides to approve this with conditions, the board can put a condition on it that he not exceed 35% and to be approved by stormwater management before anything is done.
Okay.
We've done that before with variance cases.
And rather than a fence, I'd rather see just landscaping. Because I'm gonna ask code enforcement to monitor this every quarter to make sure you're in compliance.
That's
So you
fine.
really won't need to spend, I don't know how much you were gonna spend on a nice fence, but.
Yeah, we'll put some nice evergreen there, and that way, because one of the complaints was they didn't like looking out of their window
And seeing our trucks.
trucks. So
I'm
that's
trying
why we oppose,
I know, but you're not required to put up a fence. You
Okay.
had proposed an 8-foot fence, our code is 6 feet, so it's not really gonna show anything. I mean, if they're upstairs or whatever, they could still see how many cars. But if code enforcement is monitoring it to make sure you're in compliance, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I think we can work with that.
good.
Um,
It's cheaper.
And then the other thing I'm gonna do is, since you're not required to put up a fence and spend additional money for that, I'm gonna, to approve this, I'm gonna do it for 12 months. And then you'll have to come back in 12 months and just renew it. if there aren't any complaints or you're not in compliance.
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable?
They're gonna complain. That's the type of people they are.
Well, they can complain, but if code enforcement goes out there and you have 4 cars outside and 1 work truck, you're in compliance. If that's what we approved today.
I think what you said was if there are no complaints or violations, so I think what you really meant was if there are no violations.
Right. No,
That's what they,
no,
Okay,
no.
yeah.
okay.
Because
Not-
I heard
not
it the way you,
neighbors.
right,
Okay.
I heard it the way you did as well, so.
Thank you.
Just clarify.
But you just need to make sure you stay within the 4 vehicles and the 1 work truck.
Yes,
Yeah.
And then you said 1 trailer.
yes.
And the trailer doesn't count as the number of vehicles.
Good.
So we're
Correct.
making an exception to add a 5th vehicle
Thank
when
you.
Thank
only
you.
4 are allowed outside. Okay?
Say that again?
She's gonna make an exception.
But-
We're making an exception because code allows 4 outside now.
Correct.
So we're making an exception based on planning commission's recommendation, and that was unanimous for 5. With
Thank
the
you.
1 vehicle, 1 work truck counts as the 5th.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Gamble wanted to chime in a while back. Do you still have comment?
Yeah, I think it goes back to the trailers being parked on the property. That's just kind of how it was coming across to me, because again, you don't expect to see trailers
Come a little closer.
on the property. So you said, are both of these trailers work trailers, or is only one of them work trailers?
1.
So my question is are you able to leave that work trailer at your business or your company's location?
No, ma'am, because I don't have enough space there.
Well, it would
It'd
be,
be
we're
all
allowed
one,
one trailer.
yes.
The other trailer is not there unless we're doing work. We
To our
installed our evergreen trees.
That's why
And that
it's there.
trailer came home with the machine to lift those heavy trees and place them in place, as well as do sod, that sod that we put in the yard. So it's only the 1 trailer that is housed there on a regular basis.
And that's why I was willing to build a fence, so it won't be in nobody's eyesight.
But they're giving you permission,
Yeah.
you can have that.
I know,
so.
I understand.
Okay, so, they only need the 1 trailer. So that'll be part of the 4 vehicles, 1 work truck, and 1 trailer.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I guess if there's not any other questions,
Just for clarification, because they said they would have space for parking 1 vehicle outside. So technically, or I'm sorry, 1 vehicle inside. I'm sorry, thank you. 1 vehicle inside. So technically, the variance is going to allow for the 4 vehicles to be outside.
no, that's our code now, is
No,
4
well-
outside.
I'm not going to require them to have to park in the garage. If they
Well-
want the latitude to park that 4th vehicle outside of the garage, I don't want to be so onerous as to require them to only have 3 vehicles plus the work truck outside and then have 1 inside. I think,
They do have 1 inside now.
yes, they do, but they may not always do it. I'm afraid of us being so overbearing, it's going to cause others to be more overbearing. I think we limit the amount of vehicles on the property. There's nothing for us to stipulate what needs to be in the driveway or not. It's just how many vehicles could be on the property, plus the trailer.
Right.
And I guess that was my point
Okay.
is, are we going to be stipulating how many vehicles outside or vehicles
I can
total?
support that.
Total, outside. 4 vehicles and 1 work truck and 1 trailer outside
Okay.
on hardened surface and maximum 35% impervious. Our code
So
is,
moved.
well, I have some other things.
Okay,
too.
yes, ma'am.
So, the other motion would be to deny and come into compliance within 60 days. But I don't think I have the support of the board to do that. Do what? To deny? Well, you can give me discussion now.
Yeah, I prefer the motion to what you said
The four.
originally, with the 4 cars plus the work truck. Trailer doesn't count as a vehicle, so I don't think we even need to mention that as part of current code.
Well, we can say 1 trailer, if that's what they have now. And that's for his work truck. So he's gonna have 1 trailer. Okay.
We're just restating code. I mean, that's.
Okay. Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay. Staff did recommend denial, but Planning Commission made some exceptions, so here we are. I know that, I think without the fence, but nice landscaping and code enforcement monitoring this for a 12-month period, we're gonna try it and see how it goes, but you will have to keep in compliance with whatever we permit today.
Exactly what I'm asking is what I'm willing to do. 5 car on the outside, that include in the 5, my work truck, my trailer, it doesn't count, so that, I'm willing to do
make
that.
that grass.
Yeah.
That other gravel area
Yeah.
grass.
So,
Okay. Okay, so I will make a motion to approve lot 2 for 12 months with 4 cars and 1 work truck and trailer outside. Code enforcement to monitor, Yoli says quarterly, a regular basis, is that agreeable? On a quarterly basis for compliance. And maximum 35% impervious surface. So when you go to pave, whatever you're gonna pave, you've gotta make sure you're under the 35%. Because that will be addressed as well. And any of the gravel now, that has to be a hard surface if you're gonna keep that
yes, ma'am.
for parking. And all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
Second. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Allen?
I may have missed it, but is there a time frame for them to come into compliance? To make sure that that hardened surface is done and all the, I just want to make sure we,
Give them some reasonable.
yeah, I mean, it's 3 months to get that done before.
Well, they can't park on it until it is hardened. So they'll have to
Well, I think
park
that'll,
somewhere
I think that'll create undue burden right now.
Well,
I
we
mean,
don't want them parking on the
Right,
street.
on the street. So, I mean,
Because they could park on the street.
If we said 60 days, 30 days, whatever it is to get it done, I think to allow them to continue in their current situation until that's done, it's unreasonable to say you have to go home and do it.
Well, I
right
don't know
now.
how many cars are out there now.
Well, no, I think they've said they've got the 4 outside and the truck and the
Yes.
trailer. I'm just saying, as long as that's
Now.
the case now,
Not to-
but they need time in order to
Come
do
into
the other, to
compliance.
come into compliance.
Correct. Because I thought it was safer to park in
he's
my
parking on
gravel driveway than
Than
it
on the
was
side of the
on
road.
street, you know? That seemed more like a hazard.
Yeah. So, do you think you could have that done in 30 days?
Most definitely.
Maybe 60.
45?
60 days. I have to call companies and make sure I fit into their schedule to get all of that scheduled and done. I want to do it the proper way, so I have to go
But-
and check with code, zoning, to see what my percentage is. I'm not too far off,
And if
but
they're checking it every quarter, I would just say by that first inspection, which would be in
That's
Right.
3
90
months.
days.
right.
Well, but it's been like that for 30, 40
Well,
People have been parking on that gravel surface since 1983.
Thank you.
I can't help that. If we didn't have any
So people have
complaints
been
then.
But it's not an undue burden.
So
Okay.
3 months compared to.
John, what is your
26
recommendation?
23 years.
60 days? 60 days. Okay, 60 days.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
Commissioner Burrow?
So my issue, but the 12 months starts today.
That's fine, yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right.
Commissioner
The other thing I want to make sure we're clear on is what I heard from the applicant is the fence was more for their own privacy and security. And I want to make sure that they didn't hear that they can't. No, I know, we talked about, you don't have, but I just want to make sure it's clear. If you have the right to build a 6-foot fence within code requirements if you so choose to.
Yes, because
Thank
we
you.
have pets. We have 2 dogs. I would like to bring them home.
6, not 8. 6 feet, not 8.
Right.
not 8
Yes,
feet.
and I got with zoning and code, and they told me where 8 is allowed and where
Okay,
6 is
perfect.
allowed.
Good,
So-
thank you.
Oh, we've been working very closely.
Okay. I see John
We become to
nodding
know
over
each
there.
other good now.
Yeah.
And
But
Jaleesa
I-
as well.
And the landscape plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Has to come back to the district commissioner for approval.
That's fine.
Whatever your plan. I don't need a, what?
For my landscape?
Instead of the fence.
Not supportive.
You-
Well, listen,
If, well,
That's like my HOA.
what- it is not.
yeah, we don't have an HOA.
I'm sorry, but it's
Okay.
like having an HOA,
Yeah.
unfortunately. I'm not supportive of that last stipulation.
But are you going to put a fence up anyway?
I would rather the fence because it's cheaper than these expensive trees, and I would
But
need
then
more trees.
Code enforcement can't go
Code enforcement-
inside the fence.
But
They cannot.
They can visit the property, they could knock on the door.
Yeah, we
and they
have
can
no problem
ask.
They
if,
can't
Just how
see
come-
through the fence, and neither can the neighbors. I'd rather see trees than a fence.
You will see trees
That's
as
not
well.
a choice of the board.
Board, right, right.
That's a private property. We can't tell them whether they can put up a fence or trees. That's
We are,
overreach.
this is overreach. Consider what we are doing. We are not here to regulate people's private use of their property.
Thank you.
Unless it violates code.
But he was putting up a fence so the neighbors
And
wouldn't
he has
have
a
to
right
look
do
at
that.
it.
He has a right to do
And
that.
it's, okay, let's address that. Yes, he's putting up a fence so the neighbors don't have to look at it. But it's not so that code enforcement cannot look at it. Code enforcement, when there are violations, has the opportunity to knock on the door and ask to inspect, which they can then open the fence for them to expect. It's not necessarily to obfuscate, but it's to give them a chance to have some privacy, which has been impeded since you're moving there. And
Yes.
even though it may seem I'm in full
No,
agreement.
you're correct.
I'm gonna say I'm not in full agreement of using residential property akin to a commercial property. So I do perceive that there is reason why people have had concerns about the number of vehicles on the property.
Yes.
That was reasonable. I would be very concerned if I saw someone move into my community and all of a sudden I'm seeing what looks to be more of commercial intense.
Correct.
Industrial use.
Correct.
So that's what we're mitigating.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like in addressing that issue, we need to be imposing another issue of overreach.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
just where I am.
And you know, if these
I'm
neighbors.
sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just, Mrs. Arch, yes,
Okay.
you can feel free to have a seat unless there are
Okay.
more questions.
I'm going to amend my motion and recommend denial. And to come into compliance within 60 days.
Is there a second? I have a substitute motion to revert back to Commissioner Burrow's original motion.
Second.
Without.
You didn't have fencing in the
You didn't have
original
fencing,
motion, so
yeah.
there's no need for me to speak to that.
So second.
Is there any discussion, Commissioner Gamble?
But I don't believe, and we'll have to verify with the clerk, if a revised motion was put forth for the timeline to come into compliance.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Gamble. We did not add that.
So And then Robin, I saw that was there anything else you needed us to address? Okay, according to the clerk, we did not have a second on the original
Okay,
motion.
so so there's no need for a substitute motion. This is the original.
I'm amending my motion.
She had a motion. She doesn't have a second. She had a motion. There was just no second on the original
We
motion.
were still discussing without a second.
I guess I'm asking the clerk, are you talking about the original that started that, not whenever Commissioner Burrow amended?
It did not have a second.
So if there needs to be clarification, I move adoption of the original motion that Commissioner Burrow presented with the additional condition of 60 days to come into compliance. Is there
Yeah, I
any,
was gonna say we need a second.
is there any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Burrow in opposition.
Okay, next item on the agenda is rezoning case Z8 of 2026. Brock Built Homes LLC requests rezoning from R30 to RA5 for a single-family subdivision in land lot 809 of the 19th District. The property is located on the southeast side of Hiram Lithia Springs Road, southwest of Angham Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z8? Okay, let the record show there's no one here in opposition. Is there anyone here in support of rezoning case Z8? Okay, let the record show there's 12 people here in support. All those who would like to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning.
Good morning, Parks. You can begin whenever you're ready, and we're still at morning.
Yeah, I had to look to make sure that I could still say good morning, and so we'll see if we can get this done by noon. Okay. To begin with, my name is Parks Huff with Sam's Larkin and Huff, and I have the pleasure to represent Brock Built Homes and Habitat for Humanity in relations to this unique case before you today. This is begin by talking a little bit about the location of the property and how it relates to why we think this is an excellent proposal before you. It's 11.5 acres roughly on the very southern part of Cobb County, right up against city of Powder Springs. There's a lot of things going on in this area. There's the Silver Comet Trail, C.H. James Parkway is in the area, a significant amount of employment, significant amount of traffic, schools, shopping north at Hiram, and we are adjacent to a subdivision with 11,000 square foot lots, and adjacent to that, this in the city of Powder Springs, there's 8,000 square foot lots. Our proposal is on the left-hand side here, and some of the things I wanted to point out, again, pulling out just a little bit, you can see the different types of zonings in the area. There's also some heavy industrial along with some different types of residential zonings. But the things I want to point out that I think are very important for your consideration, there's a GDOT park and ride lot within a half mile of the property. There's C.H. James Parkway. If you go north, it's Hiram. You go south, you've got significant employment. You got I-20. You got access to the airport. All those things, and there's 40,000 cars per day on C.H. James Parkway. One of the things that the county needs to do a better job at is putting people in the right location. So when you put people closer to jobs, closer to schools, closer to shopping, you actually reduce traffic overall. This is a opportunity to put a home for 36 families close to these things that actually help us with traffic. This is the county's map showing the conglomerate of arterial roads in this area. Again, just emphasizing this is an area you go to multiple different ways, down Powder Springs, Hiram, south to Mableton, Austell. This is the transit route, again, showing we're on a transit route. Again, that just is emphasizing the fact there's a lot of employment in the area, why this makes sense for housing. This is the site plan that we're showing. It is 3.14 units per acre, so slightly more than the land use plan calls for. But that's the reason why I took some time to share with you the other factors going on here, the transportation, the employment, the existing zonings in the area that have higher densities. So at 3.14, we are actually consistent with what's going on in the area and consistent with good planning. This is a opportunity also to work with two quality companies, Brock-Built Homes, on a for sale product that will be market rate. And then we're also working with mixed income development with Habitat. So a third of these homes will be sold by Habitat for Humanity. We always have questions, what is Habitat? Habitat helps people buy homes. It helps people be able to afford to get in a home. They have an equity that they build up over time, 10, 20 years, but depending on the type of program. So it creates the stability that people need, creates the opportunity for home ownership for some people that may not have it. This is, as I like, what I think is a good way to look at it, it's not a handout, it's a hand up. We all have advantages that we had when we bought our first home. Some of us had the advantage of parents who paid for our college and things. Some people don't have that advantage. Habitat kind of steps in for the people that don't have those advantages that we may not even recognize as how we got into our first home. So a third of these units, as my stipulation letter says, will be through the home ownership program with Habitat. They will have no more than 30% of their income going towards the housing. They're 80% AMI. This is the architectural style. You can see Habitat has updated their architecture to conform with the new look of that is very popular now. And so this is how we fit in a community that's going to create for sale opportunities for market rate, but at the same time create a for sale opportunity for people who have the help with Habitat that helps them get the down payment, helps them pay down the interest so that they can in fact afford a reasonable price home in a community close to where they're working. That's the key here, is being able to put people close to where they work. I hope you had an opportunity to see there was a great MDJ article that talked about the number one issue that is a concern for Cobb County residents is housing. How do they afford housing? One of the things this article provided that I thought was very interesting is that 61% of their homeowners realize that they couldn't afford to buy the home they live in now. That's how prices have gone up. And if you're kind of like, I'm here and I've got mine, but if I had to buy again, I couldn't even buy where I'm at. That's a real problem. This is showing the gap between the median home price and wages. Your own housing assessment study. This is the vision in your housing assessment study from 2023. We need a variety of housing types: workforce housing, neighborhood revitalization, reinvestment, mix of housing types. That's what this does. This brings housing type: attainable housing, equitable housing, safe housing, convenient housing. These are the goals. This is the stark graph of what the problem is. That top line is growth in households. The bottom line is the growth in housing. That separation between those is the reason why you have frustration of people not being able to get housing that they need. And their gap is only going to increase. This is from your own housing study pointing out that you have a gap between households and housing, and that gap is only getting greater. Workforce commute patterns. Again, we should be looking at these commute patterns and putting housing and when you look at opportunities for more density, because we need more housing, then this is an opportunity to do that here. I want to just point out that your comprehensive land use plan has a list of different types of properties. And I started out by showing the vision of attainable housing, different types of housing options. And I just want to point out that you've got 66% of your residential land, of your land is low density and less. Only 5% of your land is MDR. You can't achieve those goals with such a high percentage of your land limited to low density residential, because you've got to have some flexibility. If you don't create some flexibility, you're not going to get the housing you need. This is, I think, really important to consider. We talk about students, and the school board comes here and says, I'm worried about not being able to teach our kids. What I've never heard is someone come up here and say, every year, Cobb County graduates 9,000 students. That's over the whole county, roughly 10,000 students every year graduate. Every year, 10,000. Are we creating a place for these people to live and work? That's what we should be worried about. We've got plenty of capacity. We actually have declining school enrollment. These 3 schools all have plenty of capacity. We should be more worried about whether we have a place for our kids in our county. And we are not doing a good enough job of the gap in housing, and recognize that's 10,000 every year. 18 to 28-year-olds, that's 100,000 18 to 28-year-olds that we've graduated. Are we creating opportunities for them to remain living, buying a house in Cobb County? And we've got to have some flexibility. This is a great opportunity to use a location that has some real driving characteristics with proximity to so many things that, from good planning perspective, we value. Putting people close to jobs, putting people close to shopping. The Recreation Silver Comet Trail is right there. Downtown Powder Springs is close by. This is an opportunity to take a piece of property, create a home for 36 homeowners in Cobb County, have that divided with having an opportunity for workforce housing, some attainable housing. And when we talk about terms, what is it attainable, what's affordable housing, I want to cut through all that and just say, what we're talking about is housing for our kids and our grandkids. That's what we've stopped building for, is our kids and our grandkids. That's what this project can help be an opportunity to address that in a small way, but meaningful way. So I appreciate your time, appreciate your thoughtful consideration of this case. Your Planning Commission heard this presentation and unanimously recommended approval of the application. We hope you follow their recommendation. I'm here to answer the question you have. My client is also here to answer the question you have, and my time is up.
Thank you. I did not see anyone here in opposition. I'll just inquire one more time before I turn things over to our district commissioner. Okay, not seeing any, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Before we get started, John, the property that sits in the city of Powder Springs to the southeast, is that, and I know it's Powder Springs zoning, but that appears to be similar to RA5?
It is, Commissioner Sheffield, and I think that's in a zoning category that we don't currently have, but the lots are a lot smaller, and I think the density on that is probably at least 2.5 units per acre.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you. I will have the applicant to approach. And Parks, you may want to have your clients come up because these are very specific questions to the developer.
Okay, they all got sworn in, so.
Okay. Okay, my first question, this is a proposed mixed income development. And if you can share with us or describe how the partnership between Brock and, excuse me, and Humanity Homes allow for this mixed income development.
Sure. My name's Adam Brock with Brock Built Homes. Please excuse my hat hair. Brock Built has been working on public-private partnerships for about 25 years with HUD and the City of Atlanta and Atlanta Housing Authority. Through that process, we've developed a system to do affordable for sale homes or workforce for sale housing. And when I say we've been doing it 25 years, we're doing it differently today than how we started 25 years ago because we have learned through those experiences. So actually, I met Bakari, who's right here, through that project in Atlanta, which that project's still ongoing. Bakari approached us about a year ago this time and said, we have this property, do you think you could activate it in a similar fashion that we do with the housing authority? So essentially, we approach governments or nonprofits in this case that own land. We could do it with, say, a church, and ask them to bring the land into a joint venture with us where we can develop for a goals-based project or an initiative like workforce housing. They're bringing the land into the partnership. I bring the development financing. I own the site contractor, so that gives us quite a bit of competitive advantage because we can do the horizontal work at cost. And then we build homes together. So in this case, we'll do a third. One of the beauties that comes out of this type of project is that affordable housing in a silo, the city of Atlanta learned that it's not good to consolidate all affordable together. You end up with areas like Bowen Homes or Perry Homes that ultimately get torn down and demolished 40 years later because concentrated poverty doesn't work. The better way to handle it is through mixed use, mixed income projects. So this would be a mixed income. And the reason that's important is because as these habitat homeowners move in and over time earn out their equity through their program, I'm selling at market rate on day one, so they're moving in with a massive equity lift. That can create some problems. We don't want people abusing the program to turn around and sell the house 2 months later and get $200,000 to do it. So they do have deed restrictions and things like that that keep them affordable for certain periods of time. But with the ultimate goal being when they've stayed there and vested, for lack of a better term, ideally they've earned that equity through home ownership and are no longer in need of being an affordable purchaser, and help them transition into wealth through home ownership. So I know I kind of went on there, but I think I answered it.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Also in the presentation, there are or will be a certain number of homes, and I don't know if you guys determine what that number would be, that would be set aside for first responders and Cobb County employees. Can you just walk us through that process and what that would look like for a Cobb employee?
Hi, I'm Kyle Hootnan, Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity, Northwest Metro Atlanta.
I'm sorry, Kyle, can you speak more into the mic? Okay, yeah, thanks.
Yes, do I need to say my name again?
Yeah.
Kyle Hootnan from Habitat, Northwest Metro Atlanta. So we have a process that we use to always qualify the homeowners that will be recipients and join us in building their home. We've done this in different ways to work with our partners. So recently in the city of Marietta, we were able to work with the city of Marietta in a way where a first chance was given to city workers and employees of the city school system of Marietta. And that's just an example of how we give a first opportunity to applicants. And that's something we've talked about we could be open to here for Cobb County employees or different groups that were considered to be prioritized by the commissioners. I think we found that it's usually best to give them a first look instead of requiring a number of recipients to be of that category, just because sometimes it just works better for them to have the opportunity, but also not to be the only ones that can qualify. So, so that's something we've done in the past and something definitely we would be doing again with these homes.
Okay. A couple of years ago, Habitat for Humanity was awarded ARPA funding. And in our conversations, you communicated that part of that funding or all of that funding would be utilized for this project. If you can share with us your award amount, your balance, and what your plans are, because that deadline is quickly approaching. I believe you have to expend the funds at least by September is what the county is requiring, so we can review any remaining funds. So if someone from Habitat, Kyle or Bakari, if you guys can speak to the ARPA funding and where you are and what you plan to utilize those funds for.
Bakari Brooks with Habitat as well. I'm going to address the second part, and I'll have Kyle address the specific numbers. But I want to underscore that this deal would not be possible without the ARPA funds. The ARPA funds is essentially what purchased the land. So to our development partner, the land is free and clear, which significantly changes the economic and the financial pro forma of a deal like this. So, but for the ARPA funds, this could not happen. So when you eliminate the land, which on any deal is really what is preventing it from becoming affordable, is the cost of that land, that's why this becomes affordable. And to Commissioner Shepard's point, yes, we have extreme deadlines on spending this money. Now, we've been able to expend what we spent on the land, which is approximately $1 million, and that's been reimbursed. And the rest of the money is going to be used on the actual site portion of the site development, and that will happen once the civil engineers finish their design. And I'll have Kyle go through the specifics of the numbers of what we are awarded and what our balance is. Thank you.
So in the projects that we are working on here in Cobb County, we were awarded $4 million. That was in partnership with ANDP, who has also been a part of this. And through that, we are in the process of showing 14 houses being made through that. Now, we expect to be able to show many more than 14 houses, but that was the condition of the funding. We have some of that in down payment assistance. We have some of that in land acquisition. And then we do have a portion set aside for land development. So currently we have 1.8 million, which we're still in the process of getting reimbursed. So all of this process is we expend it first from our own sources and then apply for reimbursement through ARPA. So we are in constant contact with ARPA as this deadline approaches at the end of the year, and a September 1st kind of deadline to show where everything will be spent. And we continue to work with them on that.
And Debbie, I'm going to ask you a question. I know you were very heavily involved with ARPA. My understanding is that the monies must be spent, and I confirmed this with finance, it must be spent by the 30th, not earmarked or allocated. Can you speak to that at all?
Yes, it does have to be expended.
Okay.
And then the reimbursement, the invoices, those kinds of things can be forwarded after. I think there's a 60 to 90-day period to get the invoices in. But the expenditure has to occur before September 30th of this year.
Yes, we're in agreement with that.
Okay.
Thank you for stating it clearly.
Okay. Because you mentioned that, you'll spend it by the deadline or you earmark it, but I just wanted to make clear that it has to be spent by that date.
Right, it has to be spent out
Otherwise,
of
that
our
can-
money.
Okay.
Which would then be.
And then if I may just tangent on that, that's even more of an impetus why we have to get this project started as soon as possible, because we need some of that to help with that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's see. The variances, and I'm done with the developers' parks. I'll hand it back over to you for these questions. There are two sets of variances for this development, if you can walk through those.
Yeah, they have to do with the lot width and driveways within the community. If I can get to the site plan. So as you do some of these road curvatures, some of the lot widths get narrower, and so that is impacting it. And again, I go back to the shape of the property. we're trying to pull everything in. You can see actually how we've got the lots to the south, we're matching lot to lot with that neighborhood, and everywhere else with their larger lots, we've pulled in, so we've actually got a good buffer there. So those are, our variances are related to just the design requirements in the shape of the property.
Okay. That's all I have for the applicant. I would like Andrew to come up unless you guys have any questions for the applicants. No?
I
Here?
do, but not at this time. I'll wait to hear from Andrew before.
Okay, thank you. Andrew?
If I could make a clarification on my stipulation letter, because this was a dialogue before, and I meant to bring it out. We had talked about DOT conditions and whether we need any tweaking from it. There has been revised DOT comments since then. We are good with the revised DOT comments. So my stipulation letter dated with number 7 saying it just needs to say DOT comments, revised DOT comments.
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
Hi, Andrew. At an earlier application, you shared concerns regarding the distance between the properties and having a pipe to run through. With this variance request, do you see where that may present an issue here?
Yes, and also kind of a related issue where, and you see in that image that's on the screen, in kind of the top right corner is where they're proposing their stormwater management facility. And it's in the common area that's sort of behind the lots, which is fine, but really there needs to be an area made between one of those lots where, and ordinarily we would have that to be about 20 feet wide, that can allow free and easy access from the street down there. And that point may well be also a point where maybe a pipe could go through also, because chances are where this site is draining, the reason the stormwater management facility is there is that's the lower side of the site. So there may need to be some piping system to get the water there. So that was one of my comments in the zoning, is to try to figure out a way there, and that may be something they haven't quite arrived at yet in the design. But somewhere in there, there's probably going to need to be a pipe go through and also access to that detention pond from the street.
Okay. And is that something that can be reviewed or handled or resolved through site plan review?
I would be comfortable doing that, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have for Andrew, unless you guys have anything.
Commissioner Gamble-Dess.
I have a question, because on one of the slides, it showed what I'm assuming is going to be a man-made lake, but then there was a blue line stream connecting to another detention pond downstream. Yep, right here. This isn't the photo, though. It actually showed the blue line stream on there.
It might have been
Okay,
just the GIS.
well, I know, because there was a photo, there we go. I knew it was there. So a good portion, we've got multiple homes that will be built over this existing, I'm going to call it a detention pond. I don't know if it's a man-made lake, but since there's a stream attached to it, that will have to be filled in, which is going to require special permits, correct? Before they can fill it in?
Yes, and yes, it will. And we'll have to address those during plan review, you're right.
Okay, and then what about the existing blue line stream? Because again, many homes are going to be constructed over this, and my concern is we know that one development on Macklin Road where homes were developed and now the homeowner is losing the home because of the blue line streams. I would hate to see that happen here to individuals that are on a lesser income to then have to have that burden to fix in the future. So how is that going to be addressed?
Right. During the plan review process, they would have to confirm, and just because GIS shows that to be a so-called like blue line stream doesn't necessarily mean it's buffered. Someone kind of drew it on there to depict like where water's draining. Now, is it buffered or not? That's something that the applicant would have to verify during development. If portions of that are considered to be buffered, then they would, during plan review, they would have to provide a buffer along those areas, and they might have to revise their plan to, to accommodate that. That small pond that's on the property is kind of a man-made, you might call it a farm pond. It's rather shallow. If you look at GIS imagery, you can kind of see its size sort of changes a little bit. It doesn't really have quite enough drainage area to keep a full pool at certain times when we don't have enough rainfall. So, and that's not uncommon for ponds that weren't, a lot of engineering wasn't really put into the design of the pond. And so whether that stream, the blue line stream that you see leaving the pond, is considered to be buffered, that's something that they would have to determine really during plan review. But if portions of that stream were considered to be buffered, basically they would have to provide our normal buffer along that area. And really our erosion and sediment control department with community development would work with the developer to do that. And there is, on that north side of the site, they do have some of that area already in a kind of an open space, let's call it that. So it's sort of already kind of set aside now, but that's something that would have to be explored more deeply. If more of that stream, let's call it a stream, were determined to be buffered, then they might have to revise the plan to stay out of those areas. And so that might potentially cause the plan to change or eliminate some of the lots that could be built or something like that.
That's it. Anyone else have questions for Andrew?
So just, I guess, in summary, you don't anticipate that to be an issue that can't be addressed?
Yeah, if there's, the worst that I think would happen is that it might require the site plan to be revised somewhat in plan review, as long as the board is okay with that. And of course, if the applicant would naturally have to accommodate those changes. But from my standpoint, it's something that if this site came in to us for review and it didn't go through zoning, that's what we would normally do anyway. We would evaluate the stream, determine if it needed to be buffered, and then we would guide the applicant to stay out of those areas. So I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, so that's to be determined?
Yeah,
in
right
site
now,
plan.
yes.
Okay, and I appreciate the consideration as we've been mindful, particularly of hydrology issues in this part of the county, and certainly wouldn't want to burden moderate income persons in the community. Thank you.
Is that it? Anyone else?
Not for Andrew.
So depending on what you find or where they can or can't build, that could reduce the number of lots?
Conceivably so. I don't know how much research the applicant has done so far in order to, determine if any of the stream is buffered or not. If you can imagine, though, if it is considered to be buffered, then the stream buffers would extend from the top of bank either side of the stream, and that's going to consume some of that buildable area. So probably the further downstream you go, like down toward the pond, that's where you're picking up more and more drainage area, and it's more likely it's probably to be buffered. So it could be that in that lowest area that somehow the site plan might have to change in that area, but I don't know that for sure. It might be that it's not considered to be buffered and it doesn't possess those qualities, and so the site plan might be just fine as it is. So it's one of those things we'll have to, as it is right now, we would have to evaluate it during plan review and just see, if we need to tweak the plan a little bit.
And then where is the detention pond now, or going to be?
It's proposed, it's not shown there, but where you see that blue line kind of curving and leaving the site, right where the cursor is, that's kind of the lowest area on the site, and that's where they're proposing to build the pond.
On the back. Oh, I see, okay. Thank you, Andrew.
So you're a lot more familiar with this than we are, but considering the discussions around stormwater, that will be able to be assessed in a timely basis, considering the timeline that we have with the ARPA dollar expenditures?
I think so. From our standpoint, it's mostly a matter of how quickly I think the applicant can do that. Usually what the applicant would do is they would retain someone who is qualified to make that determination, and they would provide our community development department erosion control within community development, that report to basically determine, is it buffered or not? If it's not buffered, then we're golden with the plan we are now. If it is buffered, then they would have to make some change to that. So really, it just depends on how quickly they could get to it. But from our standpoint as the county, yeah, we're just kind of waiting on them to tell us what it is.
Okay. I don't have any more questions for Andrew, Commissioner.
Thank you, Andrew. That's it. Okay, before I start, Debbie, I have a legal question for you. In earlier conversations, there was discussion around setting aside a certain number of units for Cobb employees, first responders, teachers, et cetera. But I believe I heard in the earlier testimony that there will still be an opportunity for others, which is okay, but I think I heard that that may or may not be the case, where a Cobb County employee or first responder would be able to purchase a humanity home. So my question to you is it a reach for me to stipulate that? Is that something I should avoid? How do you recommend I handle that?
That a certain number be set aside for that purpose?
Yes.
I think that they are doing that automatically, as I understood.
Right, but I thought I heard, unless I misheard, but I thought I heard, I think it might have been Kyle. If you can come back and clarify, Kyle.
I would rather have them propose it in the stipulation letter than for us to stipulate. So I would think that this would need to be something that they would put in their stipulation letter, that they were agreeable to do, as far as the number of homes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that input.
Well, again,
Well, before we get into that discussion, I guess, because this may answer that, if you would just clarify, because I thought I heard in your testimony earlier that although the intent is to reserve the homes for first responders and Cobb employees, that it would almost be on a first qualified basis, which might not be a Cobb County employee or first responder. Can you just clarify that for me?
when we said first look, it's that the application process would first invite the stipulated group, and then based on, it's usually those applications are given at a certain time, within a certain time period for, and then reviewed. And then if there's still homes available, the second round would then allow for all of our qualified homeowners are either working or living in Cobb. So it's not like we're importing people, but obviously we have hundreds of people waiting. So the first round or the first opportunity to apply would be given to a certain number at a certain time, and then based on those that qualified from that round that were part of the stipulated group, we would then move on to the next. That's how we've done it in the past. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does, but it does confirm what I thought I heard, and it still may or may not be, depending on who's qualified and who's on your waiting list.
Well, again, we will open up a waiting list specifically for the stipulated group.
Mm-hmm.
So that would only be Cobb County employees or first responders, or those that are stipulated would be first considered.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then if there's not a number of applicants or they're not qualified, then we have an opportunity for plenty of other qualified that are waiting to be part of that.
Right.
That group.
Okay. Thanks for that. Yeah.
Is that based on income?
Yes, so we have a series of conditions that Habitat uses to qualifying, but it starts off with they have to be between 30 and 80% of average median income. That's the kind of the first requirement.
Okay, But when you say you stipulate the first round of applications would include or be limited to?
It would be exclusive.
Exclusive to
Yes.
first responders, whatever.
Yes.
In that group, okay.
And I hear you're not given a number, and I think it's, what I'm hearing is because you may get the applications, but they may not qualify, which means you can't guarantee you can, if we say 20 of the homes have to be for these families, you may not be able to get to that number based on your qualification rubric.
Right, or we may have to kind of twist the rules and the conditions that we normally use in order to make the numbers qualify.
We don't want to hear that.
Well,
Well,
I'm saying the
we're working
habitat,
through the
the
process, but it may be helpful if you guys can share the proposed number of homes that you have planned to set aside for Cobb employees and first responders.
Let me just provide a little clarification, because I think I see where there's some confusion. So there's actually two issues. One is, out of the total number of homes, when we sat down with Brock, we did a financial analysis of how many of those homes can be set aside for market and how many can be set aside for our qualified families. So it's approximately a third. So a third is about 10 homes. We don't know the final count of homes until we go through the entire permitting process.
Right.
So assuming it is 36, then 10% of that means approximately 10. But if it jumps to 40, then it will be more, and if it is less, it's less. But of the homes that will be set aside for Habitat, we will give the first round of applicants priority to Cobb County individuals. So if you had 1,000 people apply and the first round was all Cobb County and they all met our requirements, then they're all going to be Cobb County. So I just
Okay,
wanted to
that's
clarify. I
fair.
think that's where the distinction needs to be.
That's fair. Okay, thank you for that.
While you are up here, I'll just say, I do like the model of mixing the income levels. I think it's a much more stabilizing feature of the communities than to see them all congregated for a number of reasons. I have a question out of curiosity about the deed restrictions for affordability. Again, I think this is a unique but very helpful measure to have the upside given to the original owner so that they don't need to continue to live in affordable housing. That deed restriction period, however, is going to require them to live in the property for what time frame?
So Habitat has a model where after 10 years, they can receive the full equity.
Okay.
Now, because this land has been used some ARPA money, because there's part of this, there is an ARPA condition, so there are some other conditions that will be applied based on the ARPA dollars that go beyond those 10 years.
Oh, interesting. Can you speak to what those other conditions are?
So, again, the conditions are a 20-year period, and I think the home has to be sold to an affordable homeowner. So it has to stay in the period of, it has to stay within affordability.
For 20 years?
Mhm.
Okay. So if well, I don't know how you determine its affordability. To get a return to the homeowner if it has to go back to an affordable housing. And this is more out of curiosity, not as me not supporting. I'm just, I like the idea of there being a financial return to the original homeowner, but how do you ensure that they get a return if they have to resell it to somebody else at what could possibly be a less than 4 market rate? How do they get a return?
Talk about the tiers, the tier for the return.
Right. Well, that's in the 10 years, which I think, are you talking about the Habitat model?
Yes,
Okay.
the Habitat model.
So basically, within the 10 years, there is a tiered time. So after 5 years, they begin to receive a higher and higher percentage. After 10 years, they receive the full percentage of whatever the equity is in the home. So
Okay, so is there other funding that needs to be infused between that 10, let's say if they sell in 10 years, but you have to keep it affordable for 20 years? How do we accomplish that if they're able to sell it at market, if they're able to get the equity back? I guess, do they sell it back to Habitat? And then Habitat resells the home after the 10-year period to make sure that home stays affordable? Or do they actually acquire the home? I see it more,
No,
I
that-
don't see it being, how is that feasible if they could sell it at market rate in 10 years? How do they keep the value affordable?
So can I speak to that?
Yeah.
With HUD and also ARPA, I just confirmed, it's not that you can't sell at market within the 20-year period. It's that you absolutely can, but you would be subject to paying back any of the ARPA funds utilized on that property.
The ARPA dollars, which could be less.
Right, so for example, we've run into this in West Highlands where I sold you a home for $250,000 to meet 80% AMI. That I sell market homes for $600,000 next door.
Okay.
Part of your sale is roughly a $50,000 land note, which is the HUD component. So if you want to sell at $600,000 in year one, you absolutely can, but you're going to pay off your $250,000 mortgage plus the $50,000.
I see.
And then some of the specific deeds, I don't know in ARPA's case, but I know with HUD, or with the Housing Authority through HUD, they also include a 30% equity share to the Housing Authority if you sell at market in less than that 20 years. So you would pay $300,000, and then the remaining $300,000 in equity, you would retain 70% as the affordable buyer, and HUD would get the balance.
Okay, because when it comes to ARPA, I perceive the county is on the hook for how the ARPA dollars are spent ultimately. It's not going to go to Habitat or to the owner. So I perceive that is there some oversight that we need to have as a county for how ARPA dollars are being spent on the property, that we could be penalized for if it's not spent a certain way or funds aren't recouped a certain way?
I mean, if the federal government came back to us and audited us in any way, and this was one of the projects and it was not, completed as contemplated, as set up, then we could potentially be, be on the hook for those monies.
Yeah.
Practically, I mean, you know how much ARPA money went out? I mean, how much across the whole United States? I mean, I don't know what that oversight necessarily is going to be.
Okay.
But I mean, if they set it up properly, they have the deed restrictions on the property, on the deeds, because the deeds are restricted for income purposes as well. So there's an income component, a deed restriction for an income component, and then there's this part that y'all are talking about as far as selling for equity. So it's a two-part really process for that. So you've got the deed restriction that you can use and count on, that protects us a little more than necessarily some of those other pieces, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we call them DORCs, DORCs, which is deeds of restrictions and covenants as well. And so there's the restrictions because of the use and the affordability requirements. There's also the covenants, and part of those covenants is that buyer's agreeing that if they sell, these dollars have to be repaid. And, if you think about the dollars coming into the project, it's as a whole. When the home building side actually goes and builds the homes and the individual lots exist, part of that lot transfer to the builder when they build is a proration and revision of that deed restriction so that each individual property would have to be, collectively equals the total sum, but it's prorated.
Okay.
So it's not like you're not in compliance if one person does it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
And then Commissioner Cupid, I also wanted to clarify that with respect to the tiers that Kyle talked about, we actually as a board at Habitat had to create special rules just for this development, because we recognize the market is going to give an enormous equity to the affordable, and we would have failed as an organization if someone can just go in as affordable and then recapture that equity right away. So we actually had to vote in, before we did this partnership, those restrictions. And if you have specific questions, Felicia, she's the one who actually boots on the ground. She knows every intricacy portion of it. If you want her to come up, she can answer specific questions, or if what we provided enough is
No,
sufficient.
that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'm good. Commissioner?
I had an ARPA question, but you.
Well, and I'm wondering if our ARPA question is the same one. But before I ask the ARPA question, I think the board needs to be very, very careful, because now we're getting into areas that do not determine zoning. And if this use is appropriate for this property. And the more we keep having this discussion, the more I'm getting nervous about this application, because they provided earlier testimony that the $1 million or $2 million of the 5, I think it was, they said, is going to purchase the land. But if Habitat is only going to be building 10 homes, right there, we're creating a problem that, if we would get audited, is going to set the county up for liability. So I kind of would like to turn it back to, is this zoning appropriate for this site, and focus our discussions here? Because technically we should have no say-so in the funding of a project.
Right. And I don't know that we're weighing in on the funding, but it is important to provide a footnote that there is a time sensitivity to funding attached to this project. My understanding is this might be the first mixed income development in Cobb. I'm not sure. I'll kind of rely on you guys who've zoned over the years. So there may be a lot of questions around it. Some mixed income.
So for Debbie, with the ARPA dollars, with the guidelines, would the entire development be, I guess, analyzed or viewed according to ARPA guidelines, or would it be specific areas in which the funding is used? So, for example, it was shared that the land was purchased, right? And there may be some other considerations like road improvements, for example, where some of the funding will be, ARPA funding will be used for that. So, when we have our system of checks and balances, are they reviewing the entire development or just those areas that expended the ARPA dollars?
The areas that expended the ARPA dollars. So
Okay.
when Habitat applied for their application, they applied for a specific scope of work, project. So when they expend ARPA dollars, they have to comply with the scope of work that was approved in the application. So if they submitted something and it was an improper expense, it didn't fit in that scope, then it would not be an approved expense, they would not be reimbursed.
Okay.
So we have our secondary control. I mean, we work with Deloitte, as you all are aware, and they, I'm sure these folks all know the Deloitte folks and speak to them regularly as far as staying within the scope of the project itself.
Yeah, I was just wondering, in terms of the vulnerability on the county's part, it was shared, like with the deed restriction, for example, that's not something that Deloitte would look at and say, hey, there's a violation here.
No.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have, unless you guys have additional questions.
Again, I think it's a very creative concept that does help us with our policy interests in supporting affordability. It's good to see this type of model. Habitat has certainly progressed significantly over the years here in Cobb, so appreciate the consideration. Maybe some offline conversations about that connection to ARPA. I'm just very curious. I've never heard of such a model, but I do, again, believe a significant benefit for those that are able to move into that, to be able to get the upside from that sale. I mean, you're talking about significant life-changing types of returns back to those that can be beneficiaries of this program. So look forward to approving it. I don't know if there's a deed restriction on rental in the community. similar to some other types of communities, that's something else to consider. Certainly, I just don't want to be, I would hate to see something like this exploited for financial gain. Yeah. Commissioner Burrow.
Well, I do see the need, and the location where it is. What I'm struggling with is the surrounding R30 and VLDR. But if Andrew's assessment, with it being VLDR and 36 homes, I believe it is, 36, is not an issue for runoff or stormwater or whatever, I just have a problem. I mean, I'm just struggling with that low density VLDR and R30.
And, you know, and at first glance, that was a concern also for me. We are in the process of updating our codes. I think we're at a point now.
I'm sorry, you gentlemen.
Oh, you guys can sit down. We're at a point now in addressing our housing needs. There should be flexibility where it fits and in certain areas, and the opportunity, of course.
At the top of this hearing for this zoning application, I pointed out the subdivision that's to the southeast of this. Granted, it is in the city of Powder Springs, but that also appears to be very similar in terms of the density of the proposed development, somewhere maybe in RA5 category. Yeah, so, you know, we have the R30s that are across the street, but the most adjacent to this parcel seems to be very similar in terms of the density request, although it's in the city of Powder Springs.
Can we see a GIS map of the area? Just so we can, and maybe zoom out so we could see the subdivision to the south?
I just said that. It's in the city of Powder Springs.
And what is that density?
It's in Powder Springs, and I perceive John or someone from Community Development stated we don't have an equivalent zoning for what Powder Springs has there. Is that what you stated?
Yes, this is some kind of cluster zoning, Commissioner Burrow and Chairwoman Cupid. And, you know, best estimate is it's probably about 2.5 units per acre. They do have some open space on this, but I think it is impacted by some floodplain and some creeks. But it's my belief that it's around 2.5.
Right.
But it still says it's R30 in the city of Powder Springs.
Well, it's R30 in Cobb County.
Right.
All the parts,
okay.
and all the parts that are gray on this map are in the city limits of Powder Springs.
Right. And there are also parcels in close proximity that are also zoned HI.
That's correct.
And I'm very familiar. I lived a stone's throw from this location when I lived in Powder Springs, so. Okay, well, thank you for your feedback. I appreciate it. Any other comments?
No, I appreciate that observation because it is affordable. We still want to be mindful not to cause detriment to the other property owners that
Sure.
also are looking for an upside to their return for their property. I can't count the number of units and approximate it, but certainly that Powder Springs community is a lot more dense than the VLDR designation that the county does have. And I don't know if you received any comments from residents. I haven't
I
seen
have
any
not.
in opposition, at least according to my little stack here.
I have not.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments? No? All right. Okay, well, thank you guys for hanging with us pretty much all morning, and thank you for your presentation. Much like the other development, this request before us represents a zoning decision that reflects a thoughtful response to one of our more pressing challenges, and that's housing attainability, affordability, or however it's coined. But this development, this proposed development, stands out not only for what is being built, but also how it came together. Nearly 9 months ago, Mr. Bakari Brooks shared his vision for this project. And that was done in part because the Board of Commissioners, one of my earlier cases, I think it was in 21, I denied a habitat development in District 4. And part of the reason I denied it at that time is because there was such a concentration in the area of habitat homes where the proposed application was at the time. And it has other impacts in terms of drawing economic development to the area, et cetera. The other thing to that were the outdated elevations. And when I met with Mr. Brooks, he said, Commissioner, you're going to be very excited about this. And he shared their farmhouse elevations. And there was a ribbon cutting in District 4, I think it was last summer, and the photos were shared in the presentation. So it has been a significant upgrade to the Humanity home model. So I certainly appreciate that. So to now see this come before the board for consideration, it is a meaningful moment. And it speaks to collaboration, persistence, and a shared commitment to doing something impactful for Cobb County. What makes this effort especially noteworthy is the partnership itself, bringing together a private building and a mission-driven nonprofit to create a development that is both practical and purposeful. That kind of alignment is exactly what we need more of if we are serious about addressing the housing challenges in our communities. I am particularly encouraged by the intentional effort to set aside homes for Cobb County employees and first responders. For too long, we've seen a disconnect where the very people that serve this county every day are unable to afford to live in it. So this development begins to close that gap by creating real opportunities for our workforce to live in the same county they serve. The Planning Commission recommended approval, and I am also supportive of that recommendation. This kind of project moves us in the right direction. It's thoughtful, collaborative, and it responds to the real needs of our community. And to that end, Madam Chair, I am prepared to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
And Parks, I'm going to update your STIP letter, and I'll get those over to you this afternoon. But I make a motion to approve Z8 2026 with the following stipulations. For one, I'll update STIP number 7 of Parks Huff letter dated February 24th, 2026 to include updated comments from DOT dated March 10th, 2026. And now I will add the following stipulations to this contract. But before I do that, Debbie, do I need to stipulate the exclusivity of the Cobb employees? There was concern that Commissioner Gambrill brought up earlier, a recommendation that perhaps that should be reflected on the stipulation letter rather than me providing a stipulation. How do you advise?
Well, I think that they agreed that that it would be offered to those employees first. But if you offer them, let's say there's 10 houses and only 3 folks qualify, if you limit it just to that pool, then you're eliminating affordable housing to 7 other families.
Right.
So I think it would be a first offer to Cobb County employees, and then it's going to be based on a qualification standpoint.
But do I need to provide a stipulation is what I'm trying to get at. I just don't want to find that I'm kind of encroaching into.
I mean, I think they're in agreement that if it was offered first to Cobb County employees or whatever that pool was, if I am I mean, that would be
33%.
acceptable, but again, to sell only to them, I think would be too limiting and would kind of contradict the whole idea of the affordable housing.
Right, and it's not to limit, but for clarification, should I add that as a stipulation? That's what I'm trying to,
You could if you
Okay.
wanted to, yes.
okay.
Why not ask them if they put it in there? They agree.
Well, it gets stipulated, gets adhered to. I mean, it
Right.
controls as a function of law.
Right.
So, I mean, you have the ability to have discretion in the communication, knowing there's an understanding, and then you have the ability to put it in the zoning, which again will control that parcel by law.
Right, and that's where I want to be a little careful.
I hear you.
They are showing goodwill, and I have every reason to believe that they will commit to allowing Cobb employees and first responders on the list, but I just don't want to necessarily stipulate it, because I just don't want that extra restriction, not knowing what may come up down the line.
You're okay with Debbie's suggestion for first offer to Cobb employees?
Offer
and
first to Cobb County employees and first responders.
Yeah.
But I guess, how are we going to oversee that? That is where my original question was kind of
Sure.
leading is, you know, we don't have oversight in their selection process.
I hear you.
Sure.
So are we inserting ourselves somewhere where we shouldn't
I
be?
hear you.
Well, I wouldn't say that we're inserting, and granted, we don't have oversight. All we have now is their word and what they're planning to do. At this point, that's all I can accept.
And you have it memorialized somewhere, right? Because there's nothing that communicates that point other than us hearing it verbally.
Right.
So at least showing your very strong intent by putting it in the zoning. You're right, Commissioner Gamble, we will not be doing oversight, but we have this conversation memorialized via
Right.
video. We have them here today, hopefully continuing partnership with Habitat for Humanity, and I think it's supported by you at least articulating it
Okay.
in zoning.
Okay. Well, then I'll start with that, with my list of stipulations, that the homes, I'm going to say the Habitat for Humanity homes, because it is a mixed, there's another developer there, and I don't want to add that stipulation to the entire project. So I would say, or I'll stipulate that the Habitat for Humanity homes are to be first offered to Cobb County employees and first responders. Okay? Yes, please.
What if you said that the Habitat for Humanity is agreeable to whatever percentage to be offered to Cobb County employees first? No? Debbie?
No, I'm just thinking about percentage.
But we don't have a real clear percentage from them because they said
Because it
10
may
homes.
change. Right.
10 homes, and if it changes, and that's kind of going back to why I was wanting to know a number of homes, because say this gets reduced by 12 units, right? Then how many of these are still going to be Habitat for Humanity homes?
They're going to definitely be a part
in the
of this
stipulation.
development.
33% is in the current stipulation letter.
Yeah.
And 33% is 33% irrespective
Of
of
how
how
many.
So that's covered in the stipulation
Yeah.
letter, that it's guaranteed a third of the units.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
I think so too. Okay.
Start all over.
That's okay, that's okay. Okay, so that's already stipulated in number 3, so I don't need to reiterate that. Okay, so moving on to step number 5. Now, these are going to be lengthy. Parks, I appreciate your letter, but there's several things in here I need to make sure are included for coverage. I will add a stipulation for mandatory homeowners association. That's been part of the challenge, I think, with Habitat Homes in the past. That's been one of the main issues that's come up time and time again in habitat communities. I don't see where, well, I'm not going to say that, but what I will say is with it being a mixed development with Habitat Homes and Brock-built homes, I don't think it's unreasonable to request a mandatory HOA.
I'm just gonna say, maybe that's worth having a conversation. I love the spirit of it, just HOAs have a lot of legal implications once we impose it. And I don't know what Habitat's role already is in the care of their properties. If anybody's, you've been an HOA president, I've been an HOA president, Cobb, you've been an HOA president. It's just, there's a lot once you impose that to a community. I'm not saying it's not needed, I'm just, there's governance and accountability for
Right.
a lot of challenges.
Right, but, again, going back to, the Habitat homes. Even homes that are not Habitat, that do not have an HOA, the detention ponds are neglected, and it causes further stress on stormwater infrastructure. So, the thought is the homeowners should be responsible for the detention ponds and maintaining the grounds of the development.
So are you stipulating a covenant?
Yeah, I hadn't gotten to that yet because there's discussion.
I don't recall that it had been written out of the stipulation letter that they wouldn't be responsible for the detention pond.
It's not that they wouldn't be, but I just need to make clear, there are several subdivisions in District 4 that do not have an HOA. And I've been contacted repeatedly to help mitigate and repair damage to stormwater ponds to the tune, in some cases, of 6 figures. Had there been an HOA, those issues would have been addressed. But in the long term, it has more of an adverse impact. Although in the beginning, it may seem, we don't have an HOA, that's great, but long term, it can adversely impact the entire community by not having one.
But I guess where I'm getting more concerned is the other subdivisions that we approved earlier today have to have HOAs and covenants and be recorded as such.
I'm sorry, Parks, you're gonna have to wait till we call you back up, and I know you wanna weigh in. I just gotta follow protocol. I just can't until she calls you. I'm sorry.
So I'm, again, forgetting, yes, it's a benefit that Habitat is looking to do this, but I don't think they should be treated any differently than we would treat any other applicant that was wanting to do a subdivision on this parcel. So I understand the benefits and the burdens of HOAs, but we require everybody else to do it. They need to do it as well. And again, we don't regulate who builds. I mean, we've got developments that have 4, 5, 6, 10 different builders that come in and build out the final development. But those HOA covenants are there. And so I'm having a hard time saying we're going to allow this applicant out of having to do that because of who this applicant is.
That's not my position.
Okay, that's part of it, yes, who the applicant is. This is a very unique construct with an outside third party. Again, I don't know if we always do HOAs for just this limited number of homeowners. I don't know. There is the shared property is the detention pond. We approved a new code that gets the curing of detention ponds out of our hands. And, you know, if there's a challenge, I think then ultimately the homeowners become responsible for it. So this does kind of help put a structure around getting in front of that so that people are aware that that happens. I am speaking from a practical perspective. We get contact around detention ponds. We also get contacted around issues that people have with their HOAs. And I personally don't think there's enough training
Right.
around it. But
Well,
that's
I also
bigger than
don't,
this.
I also don't want to lose sight in that this is a mixed income
I get it.
community. So there is, there are market homes. In fact, there are more market homes at this development than there are the humanity homes. And I think that for those that are purchasing on the market side of it with Brock-built homes would have an appreciation
Yes,
for an
ma'am.
HOA.
Yes, ma'am.
So what are you saying? The block-built homes will have an HOA, but the
This,
Habitat
no, the entire development, I'm trying to, the entire development.
should be HOA.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Sheffield, are you, you're still reading the terms
The
of your
steps, yeah,
motion?
yeah.
Should we maybe get through the motion and
Okay.
then we'll second it for discussion?
We
Yes,
just
ma'am.
had some exciting applications today. Okay, all right, let me,
You're telling us you're keeping track
Track
of the
of us?
motion? You're doing that? Yes, ma'am. I
Okay.
think that's wise.
okay. Appreciate
Thank you,
that.
attorney.
Okay, so I'll
Advising.
start from the top. Number 5, applicant agrees to the creation of a mandatory HOA, a homeowners association, consistent with communities within the area. The mandatory homeowners association shall be responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of entrance areas, open space areas, mail kiosks, landscape around detention areas, and the like, contained within the proposed residential community. Additionally, and in conjunction with the creation of the mandatory homeowners association, applicant agrees to the recording and enforcement of a declaration and covenants, easements, and restrictions which will contain covenants, rules, and regulations applicable to the proposed development. The development shall have no more than 10% of rental units, and I don't think that I can put a window on that based on the deed restrictions, but I'll just leave it as a 10% rental cap. Okay. Entrance signage for the proposed community shall be ground-based monument-style signage and shall consist of materials that's complementary to the construction of the homes within the community. Lighting for the entrance signage shall be in-ground. Entrance landscaping shall be professionally designed and implemented, with final approval being included as part of the overall landscape plan. Maintenance of the entrance area, again, shall be through the mandatory homeowners association as set forth in the covenants. Applicant agrees to install lighting at the mail kiosk shelter. The detention area shall be fenced a minimum of 6 feet in height and shall be a black vinyl-clad fence. Landscaping for those areas, for this area shall be at the exterior of the fencing around the perimeter of the fence, with a minimum of 4 feet in height for purposes of visual screening. Final approval of landscaping shall be included as part of the landscape plan for the proposed community. All landscaping referenced herein shall be provided by the Cobb County arborist as part of the plan review and permitting process and incorporated into overall landscape plan for the proposed community. And let me just make sure I didn't forget anything before the last one. The district commissioner to approve elevations and the final site plan, and all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And that concludes my motion, Chair.
Okay, second. Is there any discussion? Okay, not hearing any, we'll call the question. The motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, Commissioner, and to our applicant. Yes. We only have one more matter left, and I believe it's another business item. Great.
Are they still here?
I know.
Okay, last item on the agenda is other business item number 11 of 2026, which is to consider a stipulation amendment for Jose R. Medina regarding rezoning application Z22 of 2024. The property is located on the west side of Atlanta Road, north of Mosley Drive, in land lots 370 and 423 of the 17th District. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 11? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward and be sworn in?
John, just point of order, with no opposition, could we amend consent and just move this to consent?
I think we could have just a short hearing.
Okay.
If you ask me what my recommendation is, I'll give it to you.
Okay.
And,
You prefer to have a hearing, John. Can't we just put this on consent?
We'll go ahead here.
Procedurally, we could have put it on consent.
But
That's
it's
fine with me.
regular. It should have been on consent
Okay,
before.
all right, all right. Okay, give him
We
a
have to
moment.
hear it.
You're right. Thank you. Yes, amen.
Tell him to be, he only has 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, sir.
That's true.
Thank you for your patience. You just help state your name, and there's a timer up there for you. Excuse me, sir, let's, hold on, your mic isn't working.
Okay. Can y'all hear me now? Yes. Okay. My name is Dones Godwins, and I'm representing the owner of the property. I'm the tenant. So basically, the property was originally rezoned for restaurant only, and the person he had there had, I wouldn't say ran off, was now paying his rent, so he rented it to me, and so he was amending it so I could be able to utilize the property.
Does that conclude your presentation, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Considering there's no opposition, John, can you let us know what staff's recommendation is?
Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend the board approve the request, subject to the use of the property restricted to light auto repair, restaurant use, auto detailing, or community retail uses. Number 2, hours to be limited to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. Number 3, stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet. Number 4, site plan review comments contained in the other business packet. Number 5, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. Number 6, all work to be done inside the building. Number 7, no used tire sales or used tire sales prohibited. And number 8, all previous conditions not in conflict remain in effect.
Okay. Commissioner, can you talk through this application? We did not get that much of a summary of what the existing use was, restaurant, and the desired uses now for?
For auto paint and maintenance and car detailing.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm supportive.
And I specifically left auto body shop out of that.
And what?
I did not recommend it be approved for an auto body shop.
Well, that would require it to be moved to LI, wouldn't it? If-
No, you can do
can still
that
do
in
MTS?
tourist services.
Okay.
I'm having difficulty opening up the file. Okay, I got it now. I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I was going to ask, what happened to the restaurant? Do we know?
The restaurant, the renter stopped paying. And when you look at the property, to me, when I drove by, it's a very challenging spot for a restaurant anyway because of parking, and probably was not going to be successful regardless. I think when you look at what's in the area, this is a far better use and can sustain a viable business.
I had a question. These pictures, is this what's there now? Pictures of these cars and?
Commissioner, Atlanta Road there is full of car establishments.
I know,
And it's
but
like
where,
we're just
is
in
this the site we're
And you look right next door.
discussing, or is
Do we
this
wanna
next
Do we
door?
want that to continue?
No, that's what I'm asking.
I'm
Is
talking to
that
him,
what's
sorry, he
in?
showed me, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead. No.
Is this the site now?
Yes.
So it's already being used as automotive?
That's a question for the. Can the applicant come back up? That would be a question for,
I mean, look at these pictures.
because I don't know if they're just parked there or if they're using it for.
This is OB 11. Somebody sent us these pictures.
Are you currently operating?
No, it was vehicles, because I have a different location on South Cobb Drive. So those were vehicles that were stored there previously, because on both sides there's a mechanic shop and a body shop, and sometimes they store some of their vehicles there.
So those vehicles are from the body shop next door?
Yes, sir.
That
They're
could
just
be parked
parking
there.
But all your work will be done inside?
Yes, ma'am.
You won't have park storage outside?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Sir, what specifically will you be doing there in the building?
Car detailing and because I'm a car dealer. I do have an office on South Cobb Drive, so it would just be a facility where we can get some of the vehicles ready to move to the other location
Okay.
for the clients.
So, okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. John, you said that there could be or could not be painting.
This zoning district does allow for auto body
It
shop.
does?
But the recommendation I read in was for light auto repair, auto detailing, restaurant use, or community retail uses. So it would exclude a body shop.
But the application says he's requesting auto body painting.
And the staff's not supporting that.
What we would be
You're not
approving- We're not supporting, what we'd be approving
Okay, I
is
just
just the
want
detailing
to,
and the
okay, all right,
light work.
okay.
It's basically a refurbished, I'm sorry. It's technically a refurbishment shop for cars that you're trying to put on the lot to sell, but the lot doesn't have those facilities on premises, so you'd be using this to
Just for-
clean stage vehicles
Okay.
to move over to sell.
All right, okay. I'm just hoping we don't continue to see a proliferation of some of the uses that we see there, because there have been cases that have come before us, citizens alike, as business owners that are trying to improve Atlanta Road in this area. And I'm hoping that your use will continue to contribute to the improvement off of Atlanta Road in this stretch, and not just be an area that houses a bunch of cars all over the place and without rhyme or reason, from what I see a lot of the location. That's all.
So, John, was that read as a motion? So moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
I just have a quick question with, I'm sorry, with the vehicle, I mean, as much time as we spent with the others, I mean, y'all, come on. Would the vehicles be required to be tagged? This is just a curiosity question.
They all supposed to be
Yeah, they're supposed to.
in every,
Well, yeah, the only thing I would say is if they are in process of being sold, they probably won't be tagged except for
temporary.
dealer.
Temporary dealer tag,
Yeah.
okay.
They would have to have something to drive them from,
Yeah.
but as far as being registered and tagged, they, I mean. you
Right,
don't-
yeah, I figured
They
that
just
part.
have a dealer tag.
Right, but to the dealer.
any additional questions? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you all for attending today's zoning hearing. Our meeting is now adjourned. Good job, everyone.